Chapter 448. The 5 people in the dormitory looked at Yi Qian with stars in their eyes. One hit of the basketball and someone's face was covered in blood. How valiant! Li Qian was about to take Yi Qian's textbook over when he saw her outstretched hand. He asked softly, "You. Does it hurt?" "It hurts quite a bit, right? Do you want to go back to the dormitory to get some hot water?" "It hurts." After all, it was a basketball and not a volleyball. "It's all right. I didn't have any other thoughts when I hit it. I just wanted to return the ball. I didn't expect to make someone bleed." Yi Qian explained with a smile. She took the textbook and saw Yi Ying and the other girl walking over with dark expressions. At that time, the sky was already slightly dark, and the street lamps were already lit. The dim yellow light left on the 2 faces, as if there was a layer of dirt that could not be scraped off. It made the 2 faces look gloomy, revealing a sense of hostility. The basketball court was in a corner of the school and there weren't many street lamps on both sides. Yi Qian and the other girls happened to be standing in the dark. Yi Ying and Yao Jing, who walked out, were both preoccupied and didn't notice. "I didn't expect your sister to be so capable. Yi Ying, why didn't you remind me in advance?" Yao Jing walked quickly. Compared to Yi Ying, who had caught up, there was an additional layer of frustration in her eyes. Why couldn't she handle such a small matter well? In the end, Yangheng had to clean up the mess. Yi Ying was furious when she heard this. She caused this trouble and now she didn't remind her? What did she remind her of? She clearly didn't agree to do this on the court. "Why didn't I remind you?" "I didn't agree at that time." Yangheng didn't agree either. Yi Ying indeed gave in to Yao Jing, but today on the court, she couldn't do so. Yao Jing would take a mile after taking an inch. Hearing this, Yao Jing stopped and turned to glare at her. She sneered. "Huh, you mean it's all my fault now? Am I wrong? I'm just standing up for you. You were the one who told us that your sister bullied you. If you didn't say it, would I stand up for you?" In short, the fault was all on others. It had nothing to do with her. Even if she was wrong, she had thousands of reasons to explain herself. In the end, it was still someone else's fault. If others didn't do anything, she wouldn't do anything. She wouldn't. It was a formula to find excuses for herself. Yi Ying had always been a meticulous person. She vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Yao Jing's attitude toward her, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. A dark light flashed in her eyes, and she carefully probed, "Don't you know Yangheng the best? Would he have agreed to such things in the past?" Yao Jing was still in a fit of anger, so she let Yi Ying sound out a little. "I went to the same school as him since we were young. He's never liked to do such things, so it's normal for him to stop it." Suddenly, Yi Jianjian understood why Yao Jing had been treating her differently. It turned out that she liked Yangheng. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Look at you. You know him so well, but you still said those words to Luo Ran in front of him. How about this? When Yangheng comes out later, I'll explain to him that I was looking for you and wanted Luo Ran to stand up for me. You should have been like this back then." Yao Jing glanced at her and her mood instantly improved. She held Yi Ying's arm and lifted her chin slightly. "I knew you were the best. Don't worry, you're so good. Yangheng will definitely write you a love letter soon." Chapter 449. If Yangheng really wrote a love letter, Yi Ying would be in trouble. Yi Ying cursed in her heart, but she said, "Don't tease me. How could Yangheng write a love letter to me? I got to know him because of you. In the future." As she spoke, she saw Yi Qian and her classmates standing not far away. This meant that they might have overheard her conversation with Yao Jing. It didn't matter if Yi Qian heard it, but her classmates couldn't. "I have something to discuss with Yi Ying. Jiasen, you guys go back to the classroom first." Yi Qian glanced coldly at the two people who had already seen him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yi Zhifan must have told Ying not to cause trouble for her in school, but Ying came looking for her. Since she came looking for her, how could she avoid it? Coincidentally, she also wanted to know who the guy who had a bloody nose was. I'll stay. Li Qian, you three go back to the classroom. And Jiasun rejected. She was afraid that Yi Qian would be at a disadvantage. You didn't interact with Yi Ying for a year in high school. Now, she only knows people from families with some status. Don't think that I'm staying because I'm afraid of her. After all, Li Qian and the other two had only known each other for a month. Unlike in Jiasun, they whispered, "Be careful." Then, they left. Once the three of them left, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Are you really going to cause trouble with me?" "No need. You can just stand by my side and watch. Let's listen to what they have to say first." Yao Jing, who had also recognized him, narrowed her eyes. She grabbed Yi Ying's arm and walked over with a half-smile. "You're Yi Qian, right? You made a senior in high school bleed with a basketball. How impressive. Do you know who you're hitting?" She had a gloating expression on her face. Her smile was also full of interest. "It's Luo Ran, the most troublesome student in school. He's good at fighting, drinking, and smoking. You hit him, you'll be blocked after school." Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had helped Yi Ying vent her anger. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Yi Ying and said, "We didn't hit her with the ball today, but she was courting death by hitting Luo Ran. We still managed to vent our anger." Yi Ying knew that Yao Jing's heart was at ease now that Yang Heng's matter was brought up. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid my sister doesn't know Luo Ran yet. I have to introduce him to her. What's there to say? I'm just waiting to be blocked after school." Feeling comforted, Yao Jing intimately leaned against Yi Ying and smiled sweetly. "Ying, if you get bullied in the future, it's not wrong to look for Luo Ran." It turned out that the boy who was beaten up by him was called Luo Ran. Would he stop him after school? Yi Qian thought about it. It had been a long time since he had been blocked. Raising his eyebrows, he smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll wait to be blocked." Didn't he often get blocked in the past? So what if he was blocked by a few students? In the past, He Jiamin, Tan Wei, and Xie Sifeng were your helpers. Now, it's changed to someone else. Why are you so timid? You don't show up yourself and always look for others. And Jiasun crossed her arms and looked at her mockingly. If you have the guts, come out yourself. Why do you always use others as your tool? Yao Jing, who had a smile on her face, heard this and her expression changed slightly. She had always known that Yi Ying was a smart person who knew her limits. However, she didn't know what kind of person she was in middle school. Her hands unconsciously wanted to loosen. She liked to play smart, but that didn't mean that she would see others play smart with her. Chapter 450. Yi Ying remained calm, as if she didn't notice Yao Jing's strange behavior. She said coldly, "Yi Qian, you said that it would be best for us to coexist peacefully in school. I didn't understand in the past, and the things I did were childish and laughable. But have I done anything to you since the third year of middle school? Coexist peacefully, whether in middle school or high school, it's best if we don't quarrel or embarrass each other. What happened tonight was an accident. I couldn't control that boy's actions. He wanted to stand up for me. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone else. I did stop him, but he didn't listen." How could she not notice Yao Jing's strange behavior? Yi Ying was trying her best to make it up to her because she noticed. And she did make it up to her. Yao Jing's expression softened. Although she didn't pull her arm back, she didn't feel as intimate as before. She smiled sweetly and said, "Yi Ying, why are you talking nonsense with her? So what if she's my sister? Do you think she'll hit you?" She looked at Yi Qian and said arrogantly, I didn't like you today, so I asked Luo Ran to do it. If you have the ability, come find me and Luo Ran. This has nothing to do with Yi Ying. Birds of a feather flock together. Yi Qian sensed that the girl standing beside Yi Ying had her own thoughts and didn't really want to stand up for Yi Ying. Her lips curled up slightly, and her eyes flashed with mockery. Yi Qian didn't mind Yi Ying finding more friends to stand up for her, but if there was a chance for her so-called friends to cause trouble for Yi Ying, Yi Qian found it quite interesting. As her eyes moved, a cold smile appeared in her star-like eyes. She slowly opened her mouth and said, "You can't stand the sight of a student you don't know, so you asked someone to attack her. If it wasn't for Yi Ying, would you do this?" The distance between the girl and Yi Ying widened again. Just now, they were shoulder to shoulder, but now there was a gap of a fist between them. She glanced at Yi Ying, who still wanted to destroy the piece in front of her, and said with a smile, "So, whether or not tonight's incident has nothing to do with you, Yi Ying, you know what you did. I also know that you know many classmates from good families in high school, but if you want to use them to make trouble for me, Yi Ying, then you're wrong. Firstly, I won't be afraid. Secondly, the school is the school after all. If you guys go overboard, the school will come forward and invite the parents. I believe that the one who will end up embarrassed won't be me. Number 3, don't forget that there is only one way to deal with students who cause trouble: expel them. Even the student records will be cancelled." Yi Ying still had a smile on her face, but when she heard the last part, her heart skipped a beat. She instinctively looked at Yao Jing, who was beside her. When she saw that Yao Jing was expressionless, she glared at Yi Qian and said sternly, "Yi Qian, how dare you threaten me?" Just as she said, once her family found out that they were causing trouble at school, they would definitely not tolerate it. Threat? These are the school rules. Didn't you read the school rules? Yi Qian laughed. All of them were just trying to intimidate others. In the end, they still had to rely on their parents. Yi Ying, if you want to cause trouble for me in high school, be careful that you don't implicate your friends. They won't be able to get into university. When he said that, Yao Jing and Yi Ying's expressions changed. While they were talking, the game had already ended. The spectating students began to walk out. From a few people to groups, the quiet stadium instantly became lively. Chapter 451. Yao Jing took the opportunity to withdraw her hand from Yi Ying's arm. She studied Yi Qian for a while before saying, "You're right. Yi Ying and I would never violate the school rules. Naturally, we won't find trouble with you. But..." She pointed at the boys in their jerseys and smiled, "Naturally, someone will find trouble with you." This Yi Qian was indeed smart and knew how to talk. He never faced her directly and only targeted Yi Ying. Yang Heng had said to never find trouble with a smart person who could distinguish between the severity of the matter. Thinking of Yang Heng's words, Yao Jing had no intention of standing up again. Yi Qian only raised his eyebrows and smiled at Yao Jing's threat. "I don't know any of you. I only know Yi Ying. If you dare to take the risk of being expelled to stand up for her, I can only say that Yi Ying has made the right friends. Classroom, cafeteria, platoon, such a simple life. If Luo Ran had the guts to bring people into the school and the platoon, she would definitely respect him as a man." Her indifference made Yao Jing's eyes darken, not because of Yi Qian's words, but because she knew that Yi Qian had seen through her intentions. Because she would never stand up for Yi Ying. Without another word, she ignored Yi Ying and walked away with a cold face. This time, Yi Ying did not chase after her immediately. She looked at Yao Jing's back and sneered in her heart. Sooner or later, she would make Yao Jing not dare to treat her like this again. But facing Yi Qian, she refused to admit defeat. She lifted her chin and smiled proudly, "You're right. I have made a group of good friends. All of them are willing to stand up for me. Yi Qian, what about you? Who will stand up for you? If you go against me, just wait for them to teach you a lesson." Luo Ran is not a good student. Just wait and see. Yi Qian was too lazy to say anything more. Yi Ying's intelligence was too narrow. Even her judgment was the same. And Jiasun, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't hold it in anymore. She laughed out loud. She could tell something was amiss, but Yi Ying was still pretending. How could she not want to laugh? We'll wait and see. Yi Ying, hurry up and complain to Luo Ran. After all, the unlucky ones won't be me and Yi Qian. With that, she raised her arm, which had been tightly linked with Yi Qian's, and laughed. What are friends? Friends should never leave each other, you know that? It was so piercing that Yi Ying's eyes suddenly became sharp, and her face turned pale from anger. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Is that so? Let's see how long you can be proud of yourselves." He didn't stay any longer and left aggressively. Yi Qian smiled coolly. Then, with a serious expression, he said to Jiasun, "Don't leave school so easily. I'll take care of Luo Ran's matters." He didn't confront Yao Jing directly just now. Instead, he only mentioned Yi Ying time and time again because he wanted to let her know that the matter between him and Yi Ying had nothing to do with friends. It had nothing to do with Jiasun, who was standing beside him. "Don't worry about me. But you have to be careful. Luo Ran is indeed not a person to be trifled with." And Jiasun lowered her head and rubbed her forehead against Yi Qian's shoulder. "Zhangbin told me that I must listen to you and can't make my own decisions. Don't worry, I'm not a day student. I won't leave school." Even so, Yi Qian still secretly kept an eye on things for the next few days. He found that Luo Ran didn't make any moves, and Yi Ying also didn't make any moves. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy Yi Qian felt. Chapter 452. On Friday afternoon, Yi Qian went directly to the army for training. As soon as she walked out of the school gate, she felt a few malicious gazes coming from different directions. This made Yi Qian feel more at ease. At least, she knew that Luo Ran had not given up and was looking for an opportunity. Yi Qian walked forward with light steps with a slight smile in her eyes. Usually, she would leave at night for training. Since Luo Ran did not know, no one would come looking for trouble. However, on Friday, they only had to ask Yi Ying to know that she would leave the school. The army's car was parked about 500 meters away from the school. Yi Qian walked quickly in her school uniform. She was agile and knew how to avoid being followed. It only took her 2 minutes to shake them off. "What? She's gone." Luo Ran, who was sitting in the canteen and drinking a soda, jumped up and glared at the students from other schools. "None of you followed her? Fuck." Outside, there were a few young men from the underworld who were close to Luo Ran. Hearing this, one of the young men with yellow hair on his forehead walked in while chewing on a betel nut. "I told you to let us do it, but you didn't believe me and insisted on finding a few students. Isn't it normal that things didn't work out? How about this, we'll deal with it for you. Look at your nose. It's been a week and it's still bruised. How can you take it lying down?" Clang! A soda bottle cap was pried open. Yang Heng, who was leaning against the counter, said to Luo Ran, whose face had turned ashen, "I don't have any opinion if you want to make the trouble bigger, but to let outsiders bully your own female classmates, Luo Ran, I look down on your guts." He took out a $50 note from his shirt and put it on the counter. He said to the canteen owner, "Give them a soda bottle each to calm down." He picked up his bag and walked out leisurely, leaving Luo Ran alone with a pale face. He slammed his fist on the counter. After thinking for a while, he grabbed his bag and chased after him. The young man with yellow hair looked at the $50 note on the counter and then looked at the boy who walked out first. He whistled and said to his friends, "So he's also a rich student." The few young men standing outside all laughed when they saw this. "What are you laughing at? Go and find out where that boy is active. Luo Ran's family has been strict recently, and money is tight. We brothers need to find another family. The yellow-haired youth held the 50 yuan between his fingers and said to the quiet shop owner, 3 packs of cigarettes and as many bottles of soda as you have left. There were only a few days left until National Day. The tiger of autumn was still showing its prowess. It was so hot that everyone wanted to drink a mouthful of ice. The soldiers all brought their own kettles. They didn't drink ice water, but tea with honeysuckle added in a large stainless steel bucket. They could drink as much as they wanted. After a bucket was placed on the training ground, it didn't take long for them to see the bottom. The basement was cool, but after a training session, it was still hot enough to make one sweat. When Yi Qian arrived at the underground training ground, he saw that all the car soldiers were packing up. They looked like they were about to leave. "Why are you all packing up? You're not practicing tonight?" she asked the soldier who drove her here in surprise. "Didn't you say that we'll be practicing every night until the end of December?" The car soldier who picked her up pursed his lips and smiled shyly. "The political commissar is here. Do you want to ask the political commissar?" Political Commissar Yen was waiting for Yi Qian to come over. He signaled the car soldier to go about his business and smiled warmly. "There's a special mission tonight. You've been practicing for almost a month. We've all seen your results. We all agree that you've improved very quickly." Chapter 453. Right now, you only have one night training course that you haven't started yet. I discussed it with Commander Liu, and we will start tonight. You will drive a car and be accompanied by your instructor. You will depart from your province for cross-province training. Yi Qian was stunned for a few seconds. After hearing this, he said in disbelief, "Political Commissar, I don't even have a driver's license." He was worried that he didn't have a driver's license, not that he couldn't do it. "Don't worry about that. We have our own arrangements. Go and see the car you will be driving tonight. The instructor is doing maintenance for you." Political Commissar Yen admired Yi Qian's confidence in himself. It wasn't arrogance, but a down-to-earth confidence. He wasn't exaggerating, nor was he overly modest. Yi Qian immediately had no more worries after hearing this. He responded crisply and walked towards the parking lot. At 11 o'clock p.m. the surroundings were cleaned up. After all the preparations were done, jeeps drove out of the underground parking lot one after another. They drove to the side of the road in an orderly manner before turning on their headlights and driving into the mountains. All the cars were jeeps instead of armored vehicles. From the outside, they looked no different from the jeeps in the city. Yi Qian followed in the middle of the convoy and began the night training that would last until Sunday. She would only be back on Sunday. At 3 o'clock a.m., Political Commissar Yan's voice came from the walkie-talkie. He asked the instructor accompanying Yi Qian, "How's the situation on your side?" Reporting, "Everything is normal." The instructor, who also didn't sleep, kept his mind awake and reported the situation of their car. "Change at 4 o'clock a.m., the co-driver will take over." The co-driver was the instructor himself. At this time, they were already on the mountain road. The long mountain road seemed to spiral into the sky. The headlights shone in front of them. On one side was the vast mountain range, and on the other side was an unprotected cliff. The entire mountain road was bumpy and uneven. Yi Qian's whole body was shaking. There wasn't a single minute of silence. After making a 180-degree turn, they continued to climb up. One moment, they would make a 180-degree turn inward, and the next moment, they would make a 180-degree turn outward. They continued to drive forward until the co-driver took over. Yi Qian had already completed the 4 stages of basic driving, practical driving, long-distance driving, and graduation assessment. At 5 o'clock in the morning, all the motorcades stopped by the roadside. After resting for half an hour in the wilderness, they continued to move forward. At 6 o'clock, the motorcade no longer followed the mountain road. Instead, they turned into another section of the mountain. Attention all vehicles, attention all vehicles. We will arrive at the simulated battlefield in half an hour. All vehicles, please prepare for battle. Even though it was Yi Qian's first time driving at night, she knew what the tests were. When the car turned out of the mountain road and headed into the mountains, she knew that they had arrived at the test area. There were a total of more than 10 simulated battlefields. The simulations here covered almost all the common situations that one would suddenly encounter while driving. The artillery blockade was the first simulated section. Amidst the sounds of explosions, Yi Qian drove through it. Flames rose in front of her eyes. She could feel the firepower even from inside the car. The steering wheel turned so fast that her hands turned into afterimages. After dashing out of the car, they arrived at the bullet hole road. The car was bumpy, and the body was shaking. Like a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, Yi Qian courageously trained with the male soldiers on this completely unfamiliar training ground that was set up based on the terrain of the wilderness. There were dozens of wartime courses, and Yi Qian couldn't miss a single one. Under the conditions that were similar to actual combat, she trained her driving skills. This was also a foundation that no one could surpass when she officially wore the military uniform in the future. Chapter 454. After the assessment, the entire mountain was filled with thick smoke. When the walkie-talkie said, "Over," even the strong-willed Yi Qian slumped over the steering wheel after the car came to a stop. The instructor sitting in the front passenger seat laughed when he saw this. He joked, "So you can get tired too. Some time ago, all of us male soldiers were shocked by you. Every one of us trained with all our might, afraid that we would be outdone by a girl who hasn't even graduated from high school. Many of the male soldiers were left in the dust by this young lady." As soldiers who were about to enter Zongnanhai, they felt disgruntled when they saw the intensity of her training. Platoon Commander Liu and the political commissar had arranged for them to be her instructors. The pressure was immense. Now that they saw her slumped over the steering wheel in exhaustion, it was really a first for them. They couldn't help but make fun of her for a moment. "Instructor, don't make fun of me. We were almost burned to ashes by the artillery just now," Yi Qian said in a low voice. He wasn't afraid, but he was shocked. It was even more shocking than the gunfight in Australia. No wonder Platoon Commander Liu and the political commissar insisted that she take part in a night drive. It was obvious that they wanted her to participate in actual combat. They wanted her to experience the dangers of war. While she was shocked, she also understood why a country needed a strong military. Only a strong military could prevent you from being homeless, from being caught in the flames of war, and from having your family destroyed. The instructor sitting in the front passenger seat was also panting. When he heard this, he laughed heartily. "Yi Qian, this is nothing. It's just a small-scale, team-based simulation of actual combat. It's only for our group of people." It was just a small-scale simulation of actual combat, but it made Yi Qian truly feel what war was like. It could destroy heaven and earth. It could destroy all families, countries, and lives. It was a real feeling. It was a shock that went straight to the heart. It was as if she had walked into a circle of death and come into close contact with the Grim Reaper. This was Yi Qian's first time taking part in actual combat training. Even though it was just a small-scale simulation of 20 people, it was so real that it shook her to the core. Compared to the gunfights she had experienced in Australia, the shock the artillery gave her was directly smashed into her heart. Just a small simulated battle had such a huge threat. The soldiers who were not afraid of sacrificing themselves on the battlefield faced death directly. Facing the smoke and gunfire of war, they bravely defended their country with their iron-blooded bodies. They were the most admirable people of this era. With her hand pressed against her chest, Yi Qian, who felt her heart palpitate, gently closed her eyes. There was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. No matter how fierce the artillery fire was or how dense the bullets were, she would walk in this direction step by step. She would not look back, and she would not regret it. Yi Qian, whose mental state had improved once again, exhaled a mouthful of foul air. Just as she was about to get up, the instructor gently patted her back and said with a smile, "Take a break. Calm down. Actually, ours is not bad. Take the brigade that specializes in training military driving teams for example. The technical soldiers there are really well trained. Other than learning how to drive sedans and flat-top firewood transport vehicles, many of them also learn how to drive artillery tractors, heavy transport vehicles, and other special vehicles. Their training is strict and rigorous, and they have more actual combat experience than us. Every single one of them has godlike driving skills." Chapter 455. Seeing that Yi Qian had not moved, the young instructor became a little restless. He took off his training cap and scratched his head, not knowing what to do. He said, "Are you okay? I don't really know how to comfort people. Do you want to talk to the political commissar?" Picking up the walkie-talkie in the car, the instructor prepared to contact the political commissar with a serious expression. Yi Qian raised his hand and pulled the cord of the walkie-talkie. He raised his head from the steering wheel and said with a smile, "I'm fine. It's my first time passing through artillery fire, so I'm a little shaken up." "Hey, it's fine. This is considered a very small simulation of actual combat. It's not the kind of large-scale simulation where there are all kinds of simulations." Hearing this, the instructor's smile deepened. He looked at his comrades who were getting out of the car one by one outside and said to Yi Qian, "Get out of the car, get dressed and rest. We'll set off in about 2 hours." After getting out of the car, she sat under a tree with the instructor to rest. Both of them were covered in sweat. After driving for a whole night and nearly an hour in the simulation of actual combat, they were so tired that they did not want to talk. They looked at each other. The instructor saw that the little girl in front of him only had a little tiredness on her face, but her eyes were bright and full of spirit. He could not help but smile bitterly and say, "I'm a big man, but my energy can't even compare to a little girl like you. Yi Qian, you're planning to apply for military school and go to the front lines after graduation, right?" After graduating from military school, students were directly assigned to the army. The choice of direction was also determined by the school and the army. The students did not have the freedom to choose. However, if the individual's professional qualities were good enough, under normal circumstances, the leaders would still inquire about the student's intentions before making the appropriate arrangements. For a student like Yi Qian who had excellent qualities even before entering military school, many troops would definitely recruit the best after graduation. In contrast, Yi Qian could state his intentions and make his choice accordingly. However, this kind of thing was too far away from her. Whether or not she could get into military school was another matter. She smiled and said, "I'll have to get into military school first. When the time comes, we'll see what the arrangements are. I still quite like the front lines." The front lines were not a certain division, but a certain special forces unit. In the end, any army was meant to serve the war. The special forces were the pioneers of the army, ready to carry out missions at any time and throw themselves into the fierce war. Yi Qian's goal was to enter the special forces. She wanted to grow and train in the war. This was the only way she could live up to Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen's teachings. Only then would she live up to her second life. Joining the frontline troops is tough, but it would be a waste if someone like you didn't join the frontline troops. The young instructor sighed with emotion. He leaned his head against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. His ordinary facial features showed the toughness of a soldier. Although he was tired, he was still mighty and upright. Take the time to rest. The training is not even half over yet. If you don't rest well, it will affect the second half of the training. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not feel tired. Training like this always stimulated her adrenaline and kept her in a state of excitement. She did not feel sleepy at all. Even if she did not feel sleepy, she had to force herself to rest. Yi Qian leaned against the tree and covered her face with her training cap. Like the other soldiers, she raised her head and used the cap to block the sun. She closed her eyes and rested. There was still smoke lingering in the mountains. Surrounded by the steep mountains, it would not take long for the smoke to dissipate with the wind. The 20 or so soldiers entered a short break. Political Commissar Yen, who was traveling with them, said a few words to a soldier whose arm was slightly injured. He lightly patted the soldier's shoulder and then went to look for Yi Qian. Chapter 456. The first thing he had to do was look for the car. Once he found the car, he found Yi Qian resting against a tree. Before he could say anything, Yi Qian, who seemed to have fallen asleep, moved her head, and her hat slipped off her face. Political Commissar Yen saw a pair of bright, clear, and determined black eyes staring at him. He could not help but laugh. He waved at Yi Qian and gestured for her to go to the side to talk. Yi Qian also laughed. She stood up and patted the leaves off her body. She followed Political Commissar Yen to a place where they wouldn't disturb the rest of the soldiers. "Aren't you resting? We're only halfway through the training." This girl. He hadn't even asked her why she wasn't resting, but she was asking him instead. "Aren't you not resting either?" Political Commissar Yen had always been easygoing in front of Yi Qian. He was never intimidating and always had a friendly smile on his face. "How is it, Miss Jian? How do you feel? Isn't it more interesting than the training ground?" Yi Qian pursed her lips and laughed. "You're treating me like a child. Simulated combat is also a war. There's nothing interesting about it. There's only feelings." After laughing, his eyes gradually darkened, and even his voice became cold. The deepest feeling was seeing war, and also seeing blood, and seeing death and life. When I was in the car just now, I couldn't calm down for a long time. I felt like the war was right beside me. The simulated combat was just a trigger. Political Commissar, I didn't find it interesting. I just felt that I still have a lot to improve on before I can become a real soldier. It was rare for a high school student to have a sense of crisis and a sense of mission that only a soldier would have. And it was even rarer for her to learn that war was inseparable from blood in a simulated combat. Her peers were still struggling with textbooks and studying hard to get into university, but Yi Qian was already thinking deeper and further. He originally wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her and let her understand the meaning of simulated combat. It was a way to train the soldiers' bodies and minds. But now it seemed like there was no need for that. After returning to the car, Political Commissar Yen contacted platoon leader Lu and said with great emotion, "Yi Qian will be a bright star in the army in the future. Her existence will not only illuminate the other soldiers, but also push her unit forward. Old Lu, this girl's awareness is quite high, and her perception is also extraordinary. I heard from her tone that she intends to go to the front lines, and she will definitely achieve something in the future. Every time I see her progress, I can't bear to let her go back to school. If a female soldier were to compete with a male soldier in the army, she would have to endure more hardships and fatigue than a male soldier." However, Yi Qian was extremely talented. Just like the male soldiers, he was able to endure hardships and fatigue. His improvement in ability left the male soldiers in the dust. Faced with his old partner's exclamation, Lu Tuan laughed and replied, "Otherwise, why would she be chosen by a world-class sniper and a rank 1 sergeant major? Don't worry too much. That girl is easy to worry about. Even 20 soldiers can't compare to her. A fine horse can't run out of a stable. You must bring this girl to the wilderness to train more." When I came back from winter break this year, I made a report to the higher-ups. If they agree, we will let her join the army to participate in winter training. She will follow the male soldiers up and down the mountain to train her. Even if she goes to another unit in the future, she will still be a new recruit under my command. Political Commissar Yen felt that his partner was a little shameless. He laughed and said, "Old Chen has already made arrangements. We can forget about it. We have to wait for him to finish his arrangements before Miss Yi can join our unit." Chapter 457. Everyone wanted Miss Jian to stay, but it was not up to them to decide. Political Commissar Yen was only thinking about it in his heart. He thought about Principal Chen's training and said, "She has been trained according to the special forces. It would be a waste for her to come to our team. However, we can let her participate in field combat. After all, she will be fighting solo with Principal Chen." The new semester had only started less than a month ago, but the regiment commander and the political commissar were already thinking about the winter vacation training. 2 hours later, all the vehicles started the zipper training that they had done during the day. When the sun gradually disappeared and night fell, more than 20 vehicles once again plunged into the winding mountain road. All the soldiers were still dusty from the training and started the second night's long-distance driving training. The mountain road was rugged and narrow. Yi Qian, who had rested well during the day, kept his eyes forward and did not dare to be careless. In the latter half of the night, he was hit by sleepiness. The accompanying instructor took out the good stuff that was used during long-distance driving training and gave it to Yi Qian. Yi Qian threw 2 raw chili peppers into his mouth and chewed. The spiciness made his grip on the steering wheel tighten. "Instructor, are your stomachs made of iron? This spiciness, will your stomachs hurt?" It was too spicy. Yi Qian, who felt like his mouth was spitting fire, tried to distract himself by talking. "Eating raw chili, raw cooling oil, raw onions, these are all common. However, it's only for long-distance driving. It won't affect the stomach too much. We don't eat spicy food in our hometown. Now, I can't eat anything spicy." The instructor saw that Yi Qian's face was red from the spiciness. He glanced at him and immediately averted his gaze. Although the person beside him was a high school student, she was still a girl. It was embarrassing for him to keep staring at her. After passing the Death Valley, the winding mountain road, the steep cliffs and other dangerous roads, they continuously drove for hundreds of kilometers and successfully completed the long-distance driving mission at 5:00 in the afternoon on Sunday. The continuous high-intensity driving training tempered the driver's fighting style. It also made Yi Qian understand that every soldier was not easy. The night training also changed Yi Qian a lot. He stood in a row of soldiers and was like a growing eagle, rapidly and fiercely moving towards his goal. Yi Qian still had to rush back to school in the afternoon. After a simple freshening up, she immediately rushed back to school. This time, she came back a little late. The car driver didn't need her to remind him. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed all the way to school, to see a girl. "Fuck, I couldn't tell." Another rich student. Brother Huang was the young man who was close to Luo Ran. He squinted his small eyes and looked over. When he saw that the girl was still standing beside the car, his eyes darted around. He threw the cigarette between his fingers to the ground and walked away, swaying his skinny body. He sneezed twice after walking a few steps. He rubbed his nose with his fingers and looked uncomfortable. Yi Qian stood on the path back to school. Classes started at 7:00. It was 6:46 when she arrived at school. Yi Qian only had time to say, "Thank you," to the soldier who sent her and ran all the way to school. She needed to finish the 500 meters in 4 minutes. Then she needed another 5 minutes to run from the school gate to the classroom. Time was tight. She didn't have a minute to waste. Chapter 458. After running for a few meters, Yi Jianjian saw that the people who were leaning against the wall with cigarettes in their mouths had all walked out. One by one, they stood in the middle of the road and looked in her direction. Under the light of the street lamps, Yi Jian could tell that they were young men from society who always hung around the school. Seeing that they had blocked the sidewalk, Yi Jian turned to the road without changing her expression to avoid these people. She didn't have time to waste. She should hurry back to school. Brother Huang, who thought that blocking the way would scare the students, immediately ordered his men to get off the road and block the way. But how could they catch up with Yi Jian's speed? They could only watch her run past them. She was more than 10 meters away before Brother Huang and his men realized what was going on. Fuck. She ran so fast. Is she a sports student? How can we catch up with her? They were dumbfounded as they watched Yi Qian's figure disappear from their sight like a whirlwind. Brother Huang glared fiercely at his underling who was praising Yi Qian and belittling him. He scolded, "What the fuck are you all standing there for? Find Luo Ran and ask him what that girl's name is. That Yang guy can't block her, but that girl can." After scolding, he sneezed a few times in a row and then yawned again and again. His footsteps swayed as he left. The school gate was already closed. Yi Qian took out her student ID and rushed into the school while the guard nagged her. She ran to the classroom door just as the bell rang. Teacher Tong was already in the classroom. Seeing Yi Qian coming in on time, she didn't say anything. She gestured for her to return to her seat and continued. "The military training will start the day after tomorrow. Gather at 7 in the morning and set off from school. Everyone, remember to bring your own daily necessities. Bring all the necessities I wrote on the blackboard. The class will prepare some anti-heatstroke medicine. Students who go home can also bring some. If you need anything, you can ask me first. If the class can prepare it, we will prepare it for you." Just as they were talking about the military training, the holidays were getting closer and closer, and their expectations were also increasing. Previously, they thought that they were taking up the holidays, but now, they couldn't wait to go for the military training tomorrow. And Jiesin gently nudged Yi Qian's arm and said in a low voice, "Yi Ying's not going." "That's great. I'm not going either. It's great too. You don't have to be envious of me. Train well and we'll meet again in 7 days." Yi Qian smiled at her and said softly, "I think you'll like military training." And Jiesin gritted her teeth and said, "I can understand if Yi Ying doesn't participate, but I can't understand if you don't. Principal Chen needs me to take care of him. I've already applied for leave." Yi Qian could not tell her that he was going overseas. He could only tell her that it was for Principal Chen. "The school has already agreed. It won't affect my graduation." As her desk mate, and Jiesin could accept this reason. Teacher Tong had finished her lecture. After that, there was only the sound of pages being flipped in the classroom. The occasional discussion was for the sake of learning. Yi Qian finished the evening self-study session with an empty stomach. After class, she greeted Jiesin and ran to the snack bar to buy some bread to fill her stomach. Since class had just ended, there were not many people in the snack bar. Only a few boys were buying soft drinks. Yi Qian walked in and saw Yang Heng holding 2 soft drinks from the fridge. When he saw her, Yang Heng took the initiative to ask, "Class is over? What do you want to eat?" "My treat. By the way, I have something to tell you. It's about Luo Ran." Chapter 459. Yi Qian didn't like boys who pursued Yi Ying, but when Yang Heng scolded Luo Ran on the basketball court, she couldn't bring herself to dislike him. She felt that, the boy in front of her didn't seem like the type to be charmed by Yi Ying's looks. Of course, the biggest reason was that she wanted to know Luo Ran's exact whereabouts, so she didn't reject him outright. She raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. "It's a little strange. Why are you the one telling me about Luo Ran?" "It's not strange because I know him. What do you want to eat? Soda? Popsicles?" Yang Heng followed her back to the convenience store and took out 10 yuan from his pocket. "It's exactly 10 yuan. Soda or popsicles are fine." More students came in one after another. 2 girls even took a second look at Yang Heng before shyly lowering their heads and walking past him. They probably heard what he said and glanced at Yi Qian out of the corner of their eyes before going to the shelves to get something. Yi Qian, who had bread and milk in her hands, didn't respond to their stares. She paid for the bill and walked to Yang Heng's side. "What do you want to tell me? Let's talk while we walk." Yang Heng put the money in his pocket and took a sip of his soda. His words made Yi Qian frown slightly. "Yi Qian, I saw you at the Transportation Bureau." "I see. No wonder I felt like you knew me." Yi Qian took a bite of her bread and said faintly, "What do you want to tell me about Luo Ran? A warning like the one Yao Jing gave him? About being blocked by him after school?" Yang Heng saw that she wasn't interested in how he met her at the Transportation Bureau. He couldn't help but look over. "It's only been a month since school started. Haven't you heard about Luo Ran?" "I heard about him. He got into fights and caused trouble. He knows young people from the underworld. In short, he's not a good student." Yi Qian threw the plastic bag containing the bread into a trash can and smiled faintly at Yang Heng. "If you're here to tell me this, you don't have to. The whole school knows about him. I won't tell you anything that the whole school knows. I have something to tell you about Luo Ran." Yang Heng reacted quickly. His straightforwardness made him not want to hide anything from Yi Qian. "Luo Ran got a student from another school to wait for you at the school gate on Friday. The person who told him that you would be going out on Friday was Yi Ying. Be careful. Luo Ran holds grudges. You made him bleed with a basketball in front of so many classmates. He won't let it go so easily." Yi Qian stopped in his tracks when he heard this. He stood in the shadows of the street lamps that shone through the leaves. There was a hint of interest in his eyes. "So he was the one who sent someone to follow me on Friday. Thank you. I'll remember that. If this guy really liked Yi Ying, he wouldn't have directly said that it was Yi Ying who reminded Luo Ran in front of me, and he wouldn't have stood out to remind me. He was a boy full of contradictions. Well, he couldn't be considered good. At the very least, he would also cause trouble outside and hang out in internet cafes. To put it bluntly, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, a school was a school and not a place for them to cause trouble. A boy who was neither good nor bad. Yi Qian's impression of him was neither good nor bad. "You're welcome. I think it should be Luo Ran who can't afford to offend you. After all, you spent a few hours to find a suspect in the Public Security Bureau and allowed them to successfully arrest the criminal within 12 hours. My intuition tells me that he should either keep a respectful distance from you or get along with you peacefully." Yang Heng wasn't Luo Ran. He didn't mix around with the underworld and spread his wealth everywhere. He was a person with principles. He didn't cause trouble, didn't cheat or bully the younger students, and definitely wouldn't bring students from another school to beat up his own students. Chapter 460. Coupled with the influence of his family environment, he knew very well what his bottom line was and what kind of person he shouldn't provoke. In his heart, Yi Qian was someone he definitely shouldn't provoke. Yi Qian laughed. This little boy was quite interesting. No wonder so many girls in the school liked him. Even Jiasun, who was thick-skinned, liked him. He did have some redeeming qualities. She reached out her hand and said clearly, "Hello, I'm Yi Qian. I'm a junior from sophomore class 1. Please take care of me in the future." Yi Qian would never be stingy with people with principles like Yi Qian. Besides, Captain Xia once said, "People need friends no matter where they are." Her intuition told her that Yang Heng was indeed a friend worth making. Yang Heng was stunned by Yi Qian's outstretched hand. After he recovered, he laughed and shook Yi Qian's hand. "Hello, Junior. I'm a senior from sophomore class 1, Yang Heng. If you have any problems, you can look for me anytime. As long as I can solve it, I won't refuse." He smiled and said, "I don't think you'll look for me if it's about your studies. But if it's about something outside, it's no problem at all." He was really interesting. Compared to girls like Yao Jing who looked cheerful on the surface but had a lot of thoughts on the inside, he was much more interesting. After returning to the dormitory, Yang Heng still had a smile on his face. No wonder all the boys in sophomore class 1 were full of praise for Yi Qian. When they talked about him, it was like they were good brothers. Yang Heng really liked him. During this week, Yang Heng had also secretly inquired about Yi Qian's affairs and more or less understood a little. Yang Heng, Luo Ran from class 6 has been looking for you a few times. He said you should go to his dormitory when you come back. It's urgent. When he heard Luo Ran's name, Yang Heng's eyes flashed coldly. He thanked his roommate and went out again. Well, even if he didn't come looking for him, he would have gone looking for him. Just based on Yi Qian's actions just now, he couldn't let Luo Ran mess around. 5 minutes later, the originally quiet male dormitory was suddenly filled with the sound of something being smashed. Then came Luo Ran's angry roar. Yang Heng, you fucking wait for me, wait for me. I won't let you go. Just you wait. Yi Qian only found out about the fight between Yang Heng and Luo Ran the next day. It was said that they were called to the sports field by the dean of teaching that night and were punished to run 3 kilometers before returning to the dormitory. Both of them are from the year 3 team. They seem to have a good relationship. Why would they fight? I don't know. Someone said that Luo Ran was looking for Yang Heng. While they were talking, Luo Ran started a fight. He even shouted that Yang Heng wasn't loyal. Yang Heng and Luo Ran's fight had spread like wildfire throughout the school after the morning self-study session. Luo Ran didn't come to class that day, but Yang Heng went to class as if nothing had happened. He wasn't affected at all. Yi Qian frowned. Did Yang Heng beat Luo Ran up because of him? It wasn't that she was overthinking things, but it was just too much of a coincidence. When the 4th period ended, Yi Qian knew that she wasn't overthinking it. The fight between the two of them was indeed related to her. Yi Qian, don't you have any shame? Don't you have any shame? It's only been a month and you let 2 boys fight for you. Yao Jing stormed into year 2 class 1 with an angry face. She lifted her leg and kicked Yi Qian's desk. She said fiercely, you let Yang Heng solve your own problems. I don't understand how you managed to charm Yang Heng into beating Luo Ran up. Chapter 461. Yao Jing was quite popular in school because of her family. She had quarreled with other girls before, but this was the first time she had lost her composure like this. Yi Ying, who had been standing at the side, had no intention of coming over. Now that she heard this, she pretended to be anxious and walked over. What's wrong, Jing Jing? Let's talk things out. You know what kind of person she is. Sit down and talk things out. Let her apologize. She then said to Yi Qian, Jing Jing has a very good temper and rarely gets angry. Yi Qian, what did you do to let her down? Hurry and apologize to her. Before the teacher comes, let's settle this peacefully. Just like before, she would think of ways to put the blame on Yi Qian at the slightest sign of trouble. It was still the same even after a few years. After hearing her words, the classmates who were about to eat couldn't help but stop and wait for Yi Qian to explain what was going on. When Yao Jing heard this, the anger on her face became even more fierce. She shouted, why is she apologizing to me? Why do I need her to apologize, bitch, son of a, Before she could curse viciously, Yi Qian slapped her across the face. The slap was crisp and clear. It was like slapping a cucumber, leaving a 5-fingered imprint on her face. Yao Jing cried out in pain and covered her face in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she was actually slapped. Moreover, the slap was directed to her mouth and face. Yao Jing, watch your fucking mouth. Yi Qian's mother is a martyr. And Jiasen was already furious. If Li Qian and the rest hadn't been quick enough to hold her back, she would have slapped Yao Jing a second time. Her angry roar silenced the entire class. No one in their class knew that Yi Qian's mother was a martyr. Thinking of Yao Jing's unfinished scolding, the expressions of the students who hadn't left changed slightly. They looked at Yao Jing with a hint of disgust. Yao Jing, this slap tells you that no one is someone you can insult as you wish. Yi Qian's expression didn't change at all after he slapped Yao Jing. He stared coldly at Yao Jing, whose eyes were burning with anger, and said in a low voice, "I'm warning you, don't cause trouble for me." In class, Yi Qian had never lost her temper. She was polite and easygoing to every student. But now, her gaze was as cold as a cold sword. The air around her was filled with a sense of oppression because of her cold voice. There was a sense of tension and pressure in the hearts of all the students. This Yi Qian was so unfamiliar, yet so revered. Yi Ying seemed to have thought of something. She bit her lower lip and a trace of panic flashed across her face. She stood beside the furious Yao Jing and did not dare to say another word. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Yi Qian's piercing gaze. Her shoulders shrunk. Her knees gave way and she fell on the chair beside her. Yao Jing didn't notice Yi Ying's fear. Her eyes were red from anger. She covered her face and glared fiercely at Yi Qian. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "Yi Qian, just you fucking wait. I won't let you off." Her threat was much more serious than Yi Ying's. She removed her hand from her face and said fiercely, "Give me a slap today. Just you wait." "Okay, I'll wait." Yi Qian didn't back down in the face of the other party's threat. He replied even more fiercely, "You insulted my mother first. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Chapter 462. When Yao Jing saw this, she was furious. Instead of getting angry, she laughed, "You've got guts. You're the first one who dares to go against me. Yi Qian, if you don't want to stay in the province, I'll send you off personally." This sentence angered the students of Class 1. A boy stood up and scolded, "Yao Jing, this is our Class 1, not yours. What are you trying to do? So what if Yi Qian hit you? Your mouth wasn't clean just now. If it were me, I'd hit you too." "Exactly. Is it because your parents are officials? So what? You're right to insult a martyr. You'll send Yi Qian off personally? Who do you think you are? Tell the teacher. We can't just let this go. She still thinks she's wronged. She still wants to take revenge on Yi Qian." When the students of Class 1 heard that Yao Jing not only refused to admit her mistake, but also acted so arrogantly, they couldn't stand it anymore. They all stood up to scold her. Under Teacher Tong's leadership, Class 1's sense of teamwork was very strong. Some students immediately closed the door at the back of the classroom. 2 boys ran out to look for Teacher Tong while the rest of the students blocked Yao Jing, not allowing her to leave. Yi Ying, who was frightened by Yi Qian's gaze, panicked even more when she saw this. Damn it! She made a mistake again. She meddled in something she shouldn't have. When the teacher came later, she would also be in trouble. Looking at Yao Jing, who was still stubbornly holding her head high despite the student's scolding, Yi Ying gritted her teeth and stood up. She pulled Yao Jing to her side and said, "Calm down, all of you." Yao Jing didn't know that Yi Qian's mother was a martyr. She didn't mean to. She remembered Yi Zhifan's advice and had no choice but to stand up. "Yi Ying, you're so disgusting. You call Yi Qian sister, but when something happens, you can't wait to jump out and step on Yi Qian. If you really wanted to help Yao Jing just now, you should have pulled her away when she was scolding Yi Qian. You shouldn't have stood aside and fanned the flames." And Jiesun struggled until her eyes were red. She glared fiercely at Yi Ying. "You're up to no good. You've made things difficult for Yi Qian time and time again. Are you still human? Even if Yao Jing doesn't know, how could you not know? Yi Qian's mother is your aunt." Following that, Li Qian and Yang Yi held her back, afraid that they would blow things up if they didn't catch her. Yi Qian was afraid that she would break free and rush up to hit her, so he walked over and put his arm around her shoulders. He said softly, Jason, calm down. I'll take care of it. When have I ever let myself be taken advantage of? This time is no exception. Yi Ying, who scolded until she almost couldn't raise her head, stared at the strange gazes of her classmates. Her face was already red from embarrassment. He didn't say anything else, but he didn't leave either. Since he had stood out to protect Yao Jing, he couldn't let his efforts go to waste. Yao Jing was also a smart person. Since someone had stood out for her, she didn't say anything else. However, she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. It wasn't a big deal to come over and scold Yi Qian, but she shouldn't have called her a son of a bitch. If she had known that Yi Qian's mother was a martyr, she definitely wouldn't have scolded him like that. A miscalculation. She had wanted to make things difficult for Yi Qian, but now she had embarrassed herself. The students of Class 1 all stood beside Yi Qian. Before the teacher arrived, they couldn't speak again. Yao Jing should have been the target of public criticism, but Yi Ying had stepped forward and replaced her. Instead, Yao Jing was temporarily spared from the students' saliva. Teacher Tong arrived quickly. She had already heard the whole story from the two boys. When she walked into the classroom, she saw dozens of students gathered together. Just from their backs, she could feel their anger. Chapter 463. She was relieved that although the children were angry, they remained calm. There's no need to gather together. Let's all go for lunch. Yi Qian, Yi Ying, Yao Jing, the three of you come with me. Teacher Tong, who was standing outside, said sternly, if you have anything to say it in the office. Yao Jing, I've already informed your parents to come over. If you feel wronged, you can ask your parents if it's you or Yi Qian who's wronged. When Yi Ying heard her name being called, her body swayed slightly. Her eyelids trembled slightly as she stepped forward to follow. Insulting a martyr was not a small matter. Yao Jing's parents quickly put down their work and rushed to the school in the car assigned to them by the department. Yi Ying was no longer in the office. After being scolded by Teacher Tong for a few minutes, she was asked to leave. Even so, her image in the class plummeted after she stepped forward. In the office, Yao Jing's parents first criticized their daughter fiercely before personally apologizing to Yi Qian. They also said that their family of three would definitely go to the martyrs' cemetery to apologize to Yi Qian's mother with flowers. However, they did not mention a word about Yao Jing being beaten up. Even when Yao Jing's mother saw that her precious daughter's mouth and face were swollen, she did not say a word. They did not dare to speak up for their daughter because there were two colonels in the office who rushed over from the provincial military. One of them was a colonel, while the other was a political commissar. The two of them sat in the office like door gods. Yao Jing's mother, who originally wanted to talk about this matter on its own, immediately stopped. The people from the provincial military were not just anyone. One of them was Colonel Liu, and the other was Political Commissar Yan. Principal Chao knew that Yao Jing's parents were officials with real power, so he immediately asked Principal Chen if anyone from the military was coming over. He then made a phone call and invited the two of them to come over to watch over Yi Qian. Deputy Director Yao, Yi Qian's mother is a martyr of our country. Before she died, she returned home with national etiquette. The Prime Minister personally covered the flag and lowered it to half-mast to welcome the martyr's return. Deputy Director Yao, we will pursue this matter legally. If something like this happens again, we will inform you directly in the form of a military letter to fulfill our responsibility as a guardian. Political Commissar Yan was not bluffing. It was true. His words caused Father Yao and Mother Yao to break out in cold sweat. The two of them quickly exchanged glances and lost all interest in the matter. The flag was lowered to half-mast to welcome the return of the martyrs. Just what was the background of Yi Qian's mother? Even after being dead for so long, he was still able to honor his daughter. Moreover, even the Prime Minister had personally come forward to cover the flag. Don't worry, we'll definitely control Yao Jing well. We'll definitely put an end to such situations. There won't be a second time. Mother Yao made a solemn promise and said to Yi Qian, "Classmate Yi, we will definitely take good care of Yao Jing. Please forgive her this once." Lu Tuan looked up and said calmly, "This child has always been honest. We watched her grow up. Deputy Director Yao, your family shouldn't make things difficult for her if you want her to forgive you. Do you want to get Miss Jian's forgiveness?" He was already being merciful by not slapping the girl until all her teeth fell out. It was obvious that he would not forgive her. Father Yao and Mother Yao's expressions changed slightly. There was no way to get her forgiveness. It would be troublesome if it affected their daughter's college entrance exams. Yao Jing, who knew that she had kicked an iron plate, stood up. She could not even stand straight under the gaze of the two military officers. She walked over to Yi Qian and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Yi Qian. I was too presumptuous. I'm sorry." Chapter 464. If Yao Jing hadn't apologized to Yi Qian, then Yi Qian would have just laughed it off and wouldn't have cared too much about what she had said. However, she had apologized and didn't say anything similar to Yao Jing's mother, asking for his forgiveness. This showed that Yao Jing was more scheming than Yao Jing's mother. She knew that she had to apologize immediately if she had done something wrong. She wouldn't let a single mistake get her into trouble, and she wouldn't make another mistake just because of a small mistake. She apologized because she knew she was wrong. She wouldn't force Yi Qian to accept her apology. However, as long as she apologized, no matter how angry Yi Qian was, would he still find trouble with Yao Jing? No, Yi Qian wouldn't find trouble with Yao Jing again. If he did, he would seem narrow-minded. On the other hand, Yi Ying's every plan and scheme was simple and crude. As long as she thought that she had the slightest chance, she would immediately jump out. In the blink of an eye, she would forget Yi Zhifan's advice. She didn't know that she had to carefully plan after seizing the opportunity. Even though she had become more scheming over the years, she still failed because of her family background. She could be proud of herself for a while, but she would end up in a difficult situation afterwards. However, Yao Jing wasn't like that. Now that she had stood up, Principal Chao and Teacher Tong's expressions softened. Teacher Tong, who hadn't spoken, looked at Yi Qian and said gently, "Since Yao Jing took the initiative to admit her mistake, and she really didn't know your mother was a martyr, please forgive her this once." "Yes, yes, yes. Yi Qian, Yao Jing has a bad temper, but she has never offended any of your parents. Please forgive her this once. Uncle and Auntie promise that something like this won't happen again." Yao Jing's mother was a kind mother. Her heart ached that her daughter's face was swollen after being slapped. However, she did make a mistake first and spoke arrogantly. She could only accept this slap. Commissar Yen glanced at the girl who was apologizing in the middle. He sighed softly and stood up. He walked to Yi Qian's side and patted her shoulder gently. With a heavy expression, he said, "Good girl, just forgive her this time. We all know that no matter how bad someone is to you, as long as they don't mention your parents, you will always be tolerant and magnanimous. Lu Tuan and I both know that it was indeed Yao Jing who hurt you. But child, you have to remember that the most hurtful thing in this world is the sword made of words. You have to protect yourself well and calm your mind. That way, even the sharpest sword made of words won't be able to hurt you." That was why it was said that it was difficult for children without parents to walk. Without the protection of an adult, they had to rely on their thin and weak bodies to resist those who wanted to harm them. If the army did not take care of her more, this child's days would be even more tiring. Yi Qian, who was sitting with her back straight, raised her head to look at Commissar Yen, who was concerned about her. She didn't say anything and only nodded lightly to show that she would remember it. Colonel Lu looked at Yao Jing's parents with a sharp gaze and said, "Little Jian is feeling terrible right now. I'm afraid she won't be able to accept Deputy Commissioner Yao's daughter's apology in such a short period of time. You guys should calm her down and let her vent her anger." She will naturally accept her apology. In the army, the regiment commander and the commissar always played the role of good cop and bad cop. When the mother and daughter cooperated, the two of them also cooperated tacitly. Chapter 465. Political Commissar Yan tried to persuade Yi Qian while Regiment Commander Lu defended Yi Qian. The two of them sang the same tune, making Father Yao and Mother Yao's expressions a little awkward. The words of these two military officers made it seem like a family of three was forcing Yi Qian to forgive Yao Jing. Yao Jing, sit back down. Father Yao's face darkened as he reprimanded, "Do you think your mistakes can be resolved with an apology? You don't know your place and you need to be taught a lesson. If you don't teach you a lesson today, you'll only make it worse in the future." "Dad, I'm apologizing to her. I know I was wrong." Yao Jing didn't listen and stood stubbornly beside Yi Qian. She lowered her posture and said again, "I'm sorry, Yi Qian. I won't ask you to forgive me. I only hope that you can hear my sincere apology." If she didn't get Yi Qian's approval today, she would become the target of all the student sympathy and she would become the villain in the eyes of all the teachers and students. He wanted to step on Yao Jing's shoulders and help himself. "Ha, no way. Yao Jing, when Jiasun told you that my mother was a martyr, if you had immediately apologized to me instead of threatening me, I would have chosen to forgive you." Yi Qian, who hadn't spoken since Regiment Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yan came to the office, finally spoke. But to Father Yao and Mother Yao, it was better not to speak. "You don't have the sincerity to apologize. From insulting my mother to threatening me, Yao Jing, you don't have the sincerity to apologize to me or my mother. Even if you're standing in front of me now, you're only apologizing for your mistakes. Instead of apologizing to my mother." Yao Jing's face turned pale. She didn't expect Yi Qian to not let go of the time she apologized. At that time, she was furious and only wanted to teach her a lesson. She didn't think of apologizing. Now that she said it, it made it seem like she didn't have the sincerity to apologize. "She still threatened you? What did she say, Yi Qian? Say it now." Teacher Tong wanted to persuade Yi Qian to forgive Yao Jing's unintentional mistake, but when she heard this, her expression became serious and she said, "Speak slowly, don't rush." A glint flashed across Yao Jing's eyes. Her body trembled slightly. She seemed afraid and regretful at the same time. She said softly, I'll say it myself." She did not dare to let Yi Qian continue. If she continued, she would be punished. "I said I won't let's go, but I heard someone say that Yeza's mother was a martyr, but I thought it was false, so I." At this point, she could still find a reason to make others believe her. Yi Jian sneered in her heart and looked at her with clear eyes. "Yi Ying said that in order to protect you, she stood up and said that you didn't know. It was unintentional. You can choose not to believe in Jiasun's words, but Yi Ying is your friend. Do you think that your friend's words are false? But you still didn't apologize to me. Instead, you remained silent when you saw my classmate standing up for me." Yi Jian's voice was very clear, and her words were very clear. Her speed was neither fast nor slow, and at the same time, her words were powerful and powerful. Every word she said could make Yao Jing's expression change continuously. Her gaze was cold, and there was a sternness that could not be violated, forcing Yao Jing to take a few steps back. Chapter 466. Yao Jing, why won't I accept your apology? The reason is that you only think that you shouldn't have said the wrong thing and landed yourself in this predicament. You shouldn't be apologizing for hurting me. Your apology is only for yourself. It has nothing to do with sincerity. So, I definitely won't accept your apology. No matter how many times you say sorry, I won't accept it. Yao Jing was a smart person. Her threats were much more credible than Yi Ying's threats. The smart thing about her was that she would definitely not put herself in harm's way after harming someone. When dealing with people like Yao Jing, taking a step back was definitely not a sign of generosity. It was a sign of weakness. She would take an inch and want a mile. Her threats would be pervasive. It would be best if she understood now that she, Yi Qian, was not someone to be trifled with. The consequences of provoking her were not something that Yao Jing could bear alone. Just like now. Yao Jing did not dare to say another word. Even though her face was still burning with pain, she knew that she had picked on the wrong person. She thought that Yi Qian would be easy to bully like Yi Ying. Who knew that the seemingly obedient and well-behaved Yi Qian was the most untouchable person? She was like a flower of a cactus. She looked slim and elegant, but in reality, who dared to touch her or provoke her? She would stab you until you bled profusely and did not dare to act rashly again. She lowered her head and did not see that her father's anger had reached an uncontrollable level. If not for Mother Yao's pleading gaze, her father would have stood up and slapped her. Yi Qian looked at the couple who loved their daughter dearly. Her cold voice instantly became gentle. She politely said, "Uncle, Auntie, if I humiliated you first and threatened Yao Jing to get out of school, would you forgive me so easily? I only slapped Yao Jing because I wanted to protect my mother. This was for my mother. As a child, if I can't even protect the dignity of my deceased parents, how can I face the world? I don't forgive Yao Jing. Please forgive me." She wouldn't leave an aggressive impression on the elders, but she would let them understand that young people shouldn't be bullied. After the Yao parents let Yi Qian say this, let alone get off the stage, even if someone gave them a ladder, they still wouldn't be able to get off the stage. Yi Qian's neither servile nor overbearing attitude, and his polite yet unyielding words, only made the couple feel even more ashamed. Leaders of the two military regions, it's our fault for not teaching our daughter well and raising such an arrogant daughter. It was normal for classmate Yi not to forgive her. We'll definitely discipline her strictly and won't let her run wild anymore. If anything happens to Yi Qian, as long as we find out that it has anything to do with Yao Jing, I will personally send her to the juvenile detention center to be reformed. We can't let her come out and harm others again. Since Father Yao had said it himself, it was a layer of protection to suppress Yao Jing. Yi Qian lowered his eyes and said calmly, "I'm only here to study, not to cause trouble. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them for no reason. I'll remember what happened today. No matter how classmate Yao Jing treats me in the future, I won't sit still and wait for death." The pale Yao Jing stood alone at the side with her head lowered. Her fingers were constantly twisting. No matter how unwilling and angry she was, there was nothing she could do. She was smart enough to know that she had kicked an iron board. Chapter 467. At 1:30 p.m., a group of people walked out of Principal Chao's office. Yi Qian and Yao Jing left the principal's office after Mr. and Mrs. Yao apologized profusely. At 2 p.m., the students returned to their classrooms, but the adults continued to sit in the office. Walking out of the office building, Yao Jing looked at Yi Qian coldly. Her usually smiling face was cold. "I underestimated you. Compared to Yi Ying, you are indeed much smarter. Never provoke someone who is smart and knows their own limits." She was too careless. "I will never use my intelligence to deal with my classmates. Today, you came to me voluntarily. I have never been a tolerant person. If anyone dares to provoke me, scold me, or humiliate me, I will pay them back double." Yi Qian did not have an overbearing arrogance, but he had an irresistible sharpness. Even though he said it casually, Yao Jing's heart trembled slightly. Snorting softly, the proud and arrogant Yao Jing crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. She smiled coldly and said, "That's right. You're indeed someone who can't tolerate things. So, you've provoked Luo Ran, the little tyrant. Just wait and see, Yi Qian. I don't need to do anything. Someone will avenge me." Luo Ran was indeed a hidden danger. She knew this without Yao Jing's reminder. Of course, it was impossible for them to leave together. Yi Jian took a shortcut back to the classroom and saw several students surrounding Jiasun, talking about something. Yi Qian, are you okay? A classmate saw her and immediately stood up from her desk. She looked at her worriedly. Did Yao Jing's parents make things difficult for you? Yi Qian had only known her for a month, but she had already established friendships with her classmates. Although they were not very deep, at least when she was in trouble, her classmates were willing to help her. The corner of her mouth curved into a beautiful smile. She looked at her concerned classmates with a smile. It's okay. Yao Jing was in the wrong first. With Principal Chow and Teacher Tong here, I am fine. But I didn't accept Yao Jing's apology because I'm still angry with her. I don't want to forgive her so easily. Rather than having Yi Ying misinterpret the facts and spread rumors of her being petty, it was better to make things clear in class so that even if Yi Ying found out something from Yao Jing, she couldn't make sarcastic remarks in class. From today's confrontation, it could be seen that Yao Jing was far smarter than Yi Ying. Perhaps she had already seen through Yi Ying's true colors, but the two of them were just using each other. After all, when they were in the same class, Yi Ying's grades were there for all to see. Yao Jing's intelligence lay in the fact that she would never jump out like Yi Ying after harming someone. She was afraid that others wouldn't know how powerful she was. She would hide and stand behind the scenes, letting others do the dirty work. She wanted to use Yi Ying, and Yi Ying wanted to maintain a good relationship with Yao Jing. Even if she was unwilling, she could only be used. Once the two of them wallow in the mire, it was absolutely possible for them to spread some rumors. This was not a baseless guess by Yi Qian. It was an experience that he had exchanged with his life in exchange for seeing Yi Ying's true colors in his previous life. The classmates agreed with Yi Qian's actions. If it were them, they wouldn't forgive Yao Jing so easily either. Yi Ying applied for sick leave, saying that she had a chest ache and needed to go to the hospital. The whole class knew that she had a heart disease, and they had never seen her apply for sick leave. Who would believe that she had applied for sick leave after today's incident? Chapter 468. The last physical education lesson in the class was not held. Everyone surrounded the field and received their camouflage uniforms for military training. The rest of the classes in class received their camouflage uniforms in the classroom. When school ended, Teacher Tong reiterated that the military training would start tomorrow. All students had to bring their daily necessities to school before 7 p.m. They could not forget their camouflage uniforms. Whoever forgot would have their marks deducted. The bell rang. All the first-year students on the 7-day break were like birds released from cages. They went home happily from school. And Jiasun watched as Yi Qian stuffed her clothes into her small camouflage travel bag. She gritted her teeth and said, "What should I do? I really want to take out all your clothes, dang, dang, dang. Does it look good? Does it look good? Does it look good?" Yang Yi, who was hiding behind the door to change his clothes, was wearing a camouflage uniform with long sleeves and trousers. He walked out happily and said, "So handsome. I already like military training." Li Qian and the other girl, Lu Lizhen, also changed into camouflage uniforms and walked over. They put on their hats of the same color and the three of them stood in a row and laughed. "How is it? How is it? Handsome, right? Add me, add me." The girl sleeping on the upper bunk of Yi Qian, Zhang Yuan, ran over. The four of them stood in a row and raised their chins. Before Yi Qian and Jiasun could speak, they were already laughing. "I don't know if I'm handsome or not, but I know that if you wear these clothes, you won't have to walk with your breasts in your mouth, especially Li Qian." And Jiasun blinked. The meaning behind her words was to make everyone laugh. Meanwhile, Li Qian took off her hat and threw it at Jiasun with a red face. Li Qian was slightly chubby and had developed very well. She was also shy, so she would walk with her face in her mouth, as if she was afraid that others would see her breasts. And Jiasun had said this countless times. She directly said, "What a waste." The 5 of them were in a mess. Yi Qian had also packed her luggage. The military car was waiting outside. The flight to the capital was at 8 p.m. tonight. She had to take the car straight to the airport after school. Everyone in the class knew that Yi Qian couldn't participate in the military training because of her patient. The 5 of them walked her to the school gate before returning to the dormitory. Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen were already in the car. They did not need to accompany their leader abroad, but they needed to go to the capital to report on the training of the automobile soldiers and attend a large military conference. Therefore, they could take the same plane as Yi Qian to the capital. Deputy Director Yao's comments on the political scene are not bad. He's not so muddle-headed as to protect his own daughter without any principles. As for Director Hu, I'm not sure about that. Yao Jing got into a fight with a girl during her junior high school days. In the end, the girl was expelled while Yao Jing was fine. In the car, Political Commissar Yen told Yi Qian about some of the things they had found out in the afternoon so that Yi Qian could be mentally prepared. But you don't have to be afraid. Since Deputy Director Yao dared to say that as long as Yao Jing makes another mistake, he will send her directly to the youth detention center. It means that they all know that you are not someone Yao Jing can afford to offend. We also said that if something similar happens again, we will send a military letter to the city's political commissar. For the sake of Deputy Director Yao's future, Director Hu will not dare to act rashly. So, Jian Lass, just focus on your studies in school. If anything happens, Commander Lu and I will take care of it for you, understand? Chapter 469. This was the military's concern for Yi Qian. It was also the military's high regard for her, and more importantly, it was training her. As the orphan of a martyr, in the hearts of Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen, she was like a sun that was heading in the right direction. That place also had the faith left behind by her mother, and it also influenced Yi Qian. The daughter continued her mother's legacy and continued to guard the country's borders. Yi Qian was also worthy of the military and the country's training. She would surpass her master and definitely not embarrass her mother. She would only bring glory to her. Silly girl, why are your eyes red? Don't cry. Political Commissar Yen and I only know how to scold people, we don't know how to coax people. Commander Lu turned his head from the co-pilot's seat and saw Yi Qian's red eyes glistening with tears. He immediately joked, "You're our soldier. No matter if it's a male or female soldier, we'll bleed and not cry. I can't help it. Once you cry, I can't do anything. I can only pass you tissues." Old Yen, why are you still in a daze? Send her tissues. This girl is so sad. TSK, she fought with a male soldier until her body was bruised, but I didn't see her cry. I even wondered if she was born with an undeveloped tear gland and couldn't cry. So it's not that she can't cry, it's just that her emotions aren't right. She needs the right time to cry. Yi Qian, whose heart was filled with gratitude, was teased by Commander Lu. She was no longer in the mood to cry. Instead, she laughed out loud. The plane rushed into the starry sky and began a 3-hour journey from south to north. The weather in the capital was not bad. Similarly, the stars were twinkling, and the moonlight was clear and cool. Individual weapons and equipment: 1 American-made carbine G, Sauer handgun, 4 magazines, 1 MP5 submachine gun, 3 tear gas grenades, and 3 smoke grenades. In a certain armory in the capital, Xia Jinyuan, J5, G3, and Z7 counted the weapons they carried with them. These were all guns and ammunition that had to be prepared when going abroad, just in case. And because the country they were visiting this time happened to be a country that needed to be rebuilt due to war, the risk factor was greater, and the weapons they had prepared were more abundant than before. From the equipment of the entourage, it could be seen that in addition to the soldiers sent by the Ministry of National Security and Zongnanhai, there were also soldiers from the Special Forces of the Snowfield Brigade as personal protection. Special forces are the trump card of every country in the world when it comes to emergencies. They are the dagger of the country, and also the guardian of the country, especially special forces like the Snowfield Brigade. As long as they show up, it means that they are the highest level of security. Complete, correct. That's right. That's right. 3 similarly cold and hard voices rang out one after another. They put away the weapons that had been placed on the table and confirmed that there were no problems with them. They were the accompanying staff, wearing dark suits and ties. Their meticulous image was very much in line with the image of accompanying staff going abroad. The guns and ammunition were placed on their bodies, and then they put on the suits that were ironed to the point that there was not a single wrinkle. Each of them were 189 meters tall, and in an instant, the rigorous and formal suits were the temptation of a uniform. The well-ironed suits were tailored according to their height and physique. Years of training made their muscles extremely well proportioned. Their chest muscles rose and fell slightly in the shirts, and they were exceptionally strong. But when they put on the jackets, each of them stood tall and straight. Their wide shoulders and narrow waists showed a sense of strength and thinness. Chapter 470. The 4 of them were dressed in the same way. Even the way they tied their leather shoes was exactly the same. They were clean, neat, and mighty. Each of them had their own merits. Visually, it was already a feast. Coupled with their fierce auras, they could become a shining point just by standing at the side. J5 was scholarly and had a slight smile on his face, which suited his identity as an instructor. He also looked more like a civilian staff member. On the other hand, K7's gaze was cold. His handsome face was thin, and his facial features were three-dimensional like those of Westerners. When he wore a formal suit, he looked like an attending doctor who had just walked out of a conference room. He was so cold that no one could easily approach him. He was indeed a doctor accompanying a leader. Q King's murderous aura was heavier than the rest of them. Zhou Zheng's cold facial features were carved with a metallic coldness. His every movement was firm and unyielding, with a mighty and unyielding sharpness. Xia Jinyuan buttoned his suit and turned to look at his comrade who had been in the army for more than a year. This was the first time he saw him wearing a suit. He raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. From tomorrow onwards, we will be accompanying staff members. Staff members don't have the aura of bloodthirstiness that we have. We have to restrain ourselves. I'm a doctor. I don't need to disguise myself. K7 slowly buttoned his suit and raised his cold gaze slightly. He said indifferently, "You guys are the ones who need to change. Especially G3. You're now a staff member. You haven't carried out any special missions for more than a year. Have you forgotten how to disguise yourself?" G3 adjusted his bow tie that felt a little tight. His slender hands were originally used to hold guns, but now he used them to adjust his bow tie. Even such a small action had the masculine charm of a man and a unique aura. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He revealed a rare and interesting smile. "Don't talk about me. Look at Q King. Why do I feel like I'm his accompanying staff member when he's dressed like this? No wonder I felt that something was wrong and was still looking for my own problem. Now that you've said it, I finally know what the problem is." J5, who had been adjusting his clothes, suddenly realized. Aren't we his accompanying staff? Who else could wear a suit like him, exuding the arrogance of a young master? The most important thing to improve is the Q King. Stop, stop, stop. Don't wear the watch first. You can slowly tidy it up after we leave. Otherwise, we will look more like attendants serving the young master. The black slim-fit suit not only accentuated Xia Jinyuan's tall and straight figure, but also perfectly accentuated his reserved and cold aura. Confidence, calmness, elegance, and nobility were all displayed with just a slight smile. His facial features were handsome and magnificent, and he had a decent smile that was neither too close nor too far. There was no more warmth, no less indifference. His noble temperament was just right, making people want to get close to him for no reason. However, they were afraid of the indifference in his eyes, so they could only stand far away and hesitate. J5's gaze swept back and forth on Xia Jinyuan no less than 5 times. As if he had remembered something, a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. He changed the topic without leaving a trace. Come, our Q King. Don't you want to check this unclaimed pistol? There was a small pistol on the steel table. It was a QSZ 92 9mm semi-automatic pistol that could be put in a briefcase. Chapter 471. The other two glanced at the handgun and immediately understood that it belonged to Yi Qian. One of them had mentioned it many times during the meeting and finally submitted her file to the leader's office to be confirmed as one of the students traveling with them. Xia Jinyuan picked up the QSZ 92 9mm semi-automatic handgun and tested it to see if it was fully loaded. After confirming that there were no jams, he signed the gun receipt form. Your little fox should like this kind of handgun. It's small and delicate, easy to use, and extremely lethal. J5 smiled and patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. He finally remembered why Q King gave him a familiar feeling. An image flashed through his mind. When he joined the military, the commander of the military region had come to inspect the troops. The young and handsome face in front of him overlapped with the majestic middle-aged face in his memory, and he understood the key point. The family members of the military region's leaders were rarely exposed to the public. This was to effectively prevent criminals from targeting innocent family members. Take Q King for example. If he didn't sense a sense of familiarity, he wouldn't have thought that this Q King, who could get along well with all his brothers and didn't have the slightest arrogance of an official's son, actually had such a prominent family background. However, the Snowfield Brigade didn't lack children from high-ranking military officials. For example, Z7 and K7 were also descendants of generals, and their family backgrounds were only slightly inferior to Xia Jinyuan's. After putting away the handgun, Xia Jinyuan looked at his watch and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up. His little fox had already boarded the plane and was expected to arrive at the airport in 2 hours and 11 minutes. Unfortunately, he couldn't pick her up at the airport. I still need to meet with Yi Qian. I'll go back and look at the information of the entourage. At the mention of Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan's expression softened a lot. He looked even more refreshing and handsome. The private plane will depart at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. Gather an hour in advance and secretly cooperate with the brothers from the National Security Bureau to clean up the area. Make sure there are no problems. It was impossible for a leader to announce the time of an overseas visit to the public, and the departure time and location could not be leaked. Security had to be kept strictly confidential and unrelated people were not allowed to come close. It had to be to the point where even a fly couldn't fly in. And the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade wouldn't easily show up. For this mission, they knew which brothers of the National Security Bureau and Zongnanhai were involved. However, the soldiers of the two teams didn't know that the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade were among the staff. That was why Xia Jinyuan said that they were secretly cooperating. The four left the armory and then left. Xia Jinyuan drove alone, Yi. The plane arrived at Beijing Airport at 11:00 in the evening and didn't arrive at the military zone until 12:30 in the morning. At this time, there were only 3 hours left before the visit of the neighboring country. Girl, this is as far as Lu Tuan and I can send you. After you get off, go to the sentry post. Someone is waiting for you there. When they arrived at the entrance of the military headquarters, Political Commissar Yen smiled at Yi Qian, who had closed his eyes to rest for more than 2 hours on the plane. If you have any problems after you leave the country, you can report to the secretary at any time. If you find something urgent, don't make the decision yourself. Try to report it first and then deal with it later. There's only one thing you can make a prompt decision on. Other than that, you must be careful. Before leaving, Chun reminded him. She was afraid that Yi Qian would be impulsive and leave a bad impression in front of the leader. Chapter 472. Yi Qian knew that there was only one thing she could decide for herself, and that was when it was time to draw her gun. Facing Lu Tuan and the political commissar's instructions, she smiled faintly and said, "Political commissar, Lu Tuan, please don't worry about me. I will not make any mistakes." Yi Qian was quite confident in herself. She was best at not making any mistakes. The two regimental commanders believed her words. This girl was smart and eager to learn. When she was quiet, her temperament was tranquil and distant, like a landscape painting. She gave people the impression that she was well-behaved, obedient, and didn't need people to worry about her. She was well-behaved and clever. At such a young age, she was still calm and composed in the face of such an honor. She didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. Just this calmness alone was enough to make people feel at ease. Lu Tuan and the political commissar said a few words to Yi Qian to take good care of herself. Only then did they let the driver drive them out of the military area and towards the military area guest house. They had a meeting tomorrow. It was already the middle of the night, so there was no need for them to go in. Yi Qian held her camouflage luggage in one hand and a permit to enter the military area as well as a military letter in the other as she walked towards the sentry post. At 12:30 in the morning, the sentry post at the entrance of the military area wore a neat military uniform and held a Type 95 handgun. His expression was as solemn as a pine tree. When he saw Yi Qian walk over, his gaze first fell on the camouflage luggage in her hands. Although he didn't point the gun at Yi Qian, he said in a dignified voice, "This is a military area. Do not come near." The importance of the sentry post was to deter enemy agents, gang members, and miscellaneous personnel. It was to prevent them from carrying out sabotage activities and create a huge psychological impact on the bad forces. The steel guns in their hands didn't have live bullets, only 5 empty shells. Even so, no matter who it was, they would be in awe when they saw the sentry post with a gun. It made the people feel at ease and safe. Yi Qian placed her luggage by her feet and gave a very standard military salute. "Hello, I am a student who is here to report to the military area. This is the military letter and my permit." Yi Qian handed the military letter and pass that he had been holding in his hand when he got off the carriage to the other sentinel. Facing the two steel guns, Yi Qian did not feel fear, but a sense of familiarity. The sentry took the letter and read it carefully, but did not let them go immediately. His gaze was still cold and stern as he said, "Please wait at the side. We need to confirm it again." This was normal procedure. Yi Qian smiled and stood to the side as the sentinel confirmed and let them pass. Didn't he say that someone was waiting for him at the sentry post? Why wasn't there any? In the middle of the night, the military area was heavily guarded. The street lamps were lit up, illuminating the majestic corner of the military area. In the hazy night, it showed the mystery, grandeur, and inviolable majesty of the country. The national emblem in the center of the gate was illuminated by a snow-white lamp. It was the brightest and most solemn scenery in the entire night. Someone's footsteps were slightly hurried as he strode through the military zone. The tall and straight figure exuded an awe-inspiring aura as he walked out from within. Yi Qian watched as the figure walked out of the darkness, passed through the sentry box, and came before him step by step. The familiar scent of mint, the familiar face, and the most familiar, soft smile that made his heart tremble. "You are the person who is here to pick me up?" After asking, Yi Qian felt a little silly. Since he came out, he was naturally the person who was here to pick him up. Xia Jinyuan took the luggage from her hands, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "That's right. I am the person who is here to pick you up." Chapter 473. Pick her up? Yi Qian couldn't help but take another look at him. He was wearing a black suit, yet he said he was here to pick her up. Shouldn't he be wearing a military uniform? Why was he wearing a suit and leather shoes? He looked so elegant, as if he had just walked out of a cocktail party. Yi Qian's focus was on why he was wearing a suit, while Xia Jinyuan's focus was on why this girl was so calm when she saw him coming out. Couldn't she be a little surprised? He smiled and asked, "Come, let me see if you're a little surprised." "Why do I feel that? You're not surprised at all. Every time we meet, Captain Xia, you don't give me a surprise. You always give me a shock." The more she didn't want to have too much contact with him, the more likely they would bump into each other. They could even enter the same hotel together. Hearing such words again, Xia Jinyuan was immune to them. He had left for less than 5 minutes because of a small matter, but the person he had been waiting for hours just happened to arrive when he was about to leave. He felt a little regretful that he didn't greet her immediately, but now that he saw her, he felt quite satisfied. However, this little mouth of hers never said anything that made him suddenly happy. She always said something that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. She was so calm that it made him feel helpless. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled up slightly as he looked at Yi Qian, who had followed him into the military area. Under the dim moonlight, she looked more gentle than she did during the day. She was so well behaved that she looked like a little fox that had just walked out of a fox's den. There was no craftiness, only obedience. Xia Jinyuan only felt a feather gently tickling his heart, tickling it. He raised his hand and stroked her hair gently. "Don't worry, Miss Gu. But I'm pleasantly surprised, and I'm very happy that you're here." He spoke softly, causing Yi Qian to look up at him. The moment their eyes met, Yi Qian's breathing quickened slightly. Under the misty street lights, he could see a small flame flickering in his calm eyes. It also seemed to contain an expression that he couldn't understand. It was an expression that made him a little flustered. Yi Qian's dark eyes moved slightly. He forced himself to look away calmly. As he clenched his fists, he smiled and said, "Extremely happy? You must be overjoyed to see that I'm finally here and you don't have to be scolded anymore." When they met, she had to get used to his ways and slowly learn how to deal with him. Yi Qian gently loosened his clenched fists and smiled faintly. "My flight was at 8. I rushed over immediately after I got off the plane. I didn't waste a single minute in between. I think the leaders also know that I can only come over at this time. They probably won't let Captain Xia get criticized." Overjoyed. Let's see what he has to say if I understand it this way. What was there to say? He felt that every time they met, this little fox was becoming bolder and bolder in front of him. The way she avoided him was also becoming more and more spirited. He began to properly spar with her, and then they would meet again to counter each other's moves. Xia Jinyuan was pleasantly surprised to find that he really liked the way they got along. He laughed deeply, and his gaze became increasingly gentle like water. His deep eyes seemed to shine with the moonlight, so bright that it was as if he could see through her thoughts. "My overjoyed mood really has nothing to do with the leaders. It's just that I'm overjoyed because you're here." There was some distance between the entrance of the military zone and the office building, so Xia Jinyuan had enough time to slowly chat with Yi Qian, who he hadn't seen for nearly a month. It was about love, but it was close to liking. That was how overjoyed he was. Chapter 474. But to Yi Qian, she didn't want to continue chatting with him with a smile. That night by the Swan Lake in school, she clearly saw the gleam in his eyes as if he was hunting prey. He was like a ferocious beast waiting for an opportunity to strike. And she was his prey. At that time, his smile was just a facade. Even if such a person stood still, he would still be like a lofty mountain that could not be reached. Even if he was as easygoing as a spring breeze, after a short moment of confusion, as long as he smiled faintly, one would immediately remember how far away he was from him and how dangerous this man was. Yi Qian wasn't afraid that he was unapproachable. What she was afraid of was his easygoing manner and his low chuckle. She pursed her lips and said coldly with a faint smile, "I was just happy that I arrived in time." Captain Xia won't be unable to report to the higher-ups. Every time he said a sentence, he would laugh in a low voice. His laughter made her heart tremble. In the silence of the night, listening to his gentle laughter, Yi Qian kept reminding herself that she must always keep a distance from this dangerous and elegant man. She couldn't give him the opportunity to tease her at any time. She had to change the topic to something serious. I can wait even if you came a little later. I can wait until. He bent down slightly. His minty breath brushed past her cheek. He was so close to her. Yi Qian's body tensed up. Even her breathing seemed to follow the rhythm of his breathing, rising and falling. Her entire being was enveloped in his scent. She heard his elegant voice, which was as mellow as red wine. I've been waiting for you to appear. No matter how late it was, I was willing to wait. He knew that her body was tense. No matter how calm she pretended to be, he could see that her expression was slightly trembling. The smile on his elegant and handsome face deepened. His deep and intoxicating voice was as gentle as water, causing Yi Qian's helplessness to spread once again. After all, she had lived 2 lives. Why couldn't she face Xia Jinyuan calmly and composedly? Yi Qian looked up at this handsome face that was even more elegant in the moonlit night. His heart was thumping, and his eyes were clear as he replied calmly, "Of course you have to wait for me. If you don't, the leader will scold Captain Xia first. Only when you wait for me will you be able to report to your superiors." Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan laughed again. Yi Qian looked at the familiar handsome face that was only a fist away from her. As he smiled, his hot, minty breath sprayed onto her face, causing her to tremble and making her even more guarded. "That's right, I do need to wait for you to complete my mission." The leader was afraid that a young lady like you who had just arrived in the capital would be too shy to come over after being blocked by the sentries. When he asked me to come out to receive you, he repeatedly reminded me that the sentries were all black tigers and that there was nothing to be afraid of. In the end, you came after I left for a while. I almost couldn't complete my mission. Xia Jinyuan knew that she was avoiding the topic. He stopped teasing her and went along with the topic. "There's a small meeting inside. You don't have time to rest, so you have to attend it immediately." Yi Qian was finally able to look at him calmly. She nodded and said seriously, "I rested for more than 2 hours on the plane. I'm not sleepy now. I can attend it immediately." Chapter 475. Okay, an important leader will ask you some questions later. You just have to answer them one by one. Don't be afraid, it's just a normal question. Just as they were about to enter the office building, Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's hand and squeezed it gently. "Look at me if you're really nervous. I'll sit opposite you." Her palms were sweaty. Xia Jinyuan thought she was nervous, but in reality, Yi Qian was nervous because she was facing his gentle smile. Facing him, compared to facing a leader. Why did she feel more nervous? Sitting in the conference room, Yi Qian answered the questions of a lieutenant general. He was indeed an important figure, but she was not nervous at all. "Young lady, you've got guts. The army needs bold young ladies like you." The lieutenant general of the army was one of the accompanying leaders. He was wearing a military uniform, and each of the golden stars on his epaulets exuded a military aura that could not be looked at directly. Other than the military aura, there was no other fluctuation in the entire conference room. As soon as Yi Qian entered the conference room and faced several military leaders, she immediately adjusted her position. She was no longer a student, but a soldier. "When the Southern Province Military District recommended you, all of us were very surprised. From the photo, we saw that you were wearing a school uniform. You were pretty, obedient, and not aggressive. None of us expected you to be a soldier trained by Chen Dongfeng. A soldier trained by a world-class sniper has the aura of a soldier. I feel comfortable looking at you. Don't worry." The lieutenant general was obviously more satisfied with Yi Qian than when he saw the photo. He asked her in detail how her training in the military was going. Did she have any good suggestions? He even asked her about Yi Qian's future. Yi Qian answered unhurriedly. She completed every sentence without any hesitation. Her answers were as gentle as a spring breeze, and she did not have any stage fright. Sitting opposite her, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was cold, but he was smiling in his heart. Occasionally, he would look at Yi Qian with undisguised admiration. He wanted to look at her gently, but there were 3 leaders around after all. The little fox had just arrived, so he didn't want to add to her troubles. Restraining his gentleness, there was no need to hide his admiration. A 16 or 17-year-old little fox was received by a lieutenant general of the army, and at the same time, there were 3 colonels. These were all important figures who could shake the entire army with a stomp of their feet. Seeing that his little fox wasn't afraid and was still calm and collected, not everyone had this kind of composure. He admired her openly, so why would he need to hide it? On the surface, Yi Qian appeared calm and composed, but the man's gaze was burning like fire. It made her mouth dry up. In front of a lieutenant general and 3 colonels, he actually didn't restrain himself. Yi Qian, whose head was throbbing with pain, had the urge to have a good fight with Xia Jinyuan after the meeting. Let's see if he still has the face to show up in front of me after I beat him black and blue. There are still 2 hours until 4:30. Colonel, show the information in your hands to Yi Qian. The lieutenant general picked up the military cap on the conference table and smiled at Yi Qian. This colonel is also one of the accompanying staff. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Finally, the lieutenant general finished his questions. Before he left, he didn't forget to say to Yi Qian, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Good luck. Chapter 476. It was just a meeting, but the lieutenant general had already acknowledged Yi Qian's capabilities and expressed his admiration for her in every way. When the 3 colonels saw Yi Qian off with a military salute, they all returned the salute with a serious expression. After they put down their right hands, they smiled at Yi Qian and gave her a few words of advice before leaving. After the 3 important leaders left, the air in the large conference room became much smoother. Xia Jinyuan watched as she secretly patted her chest and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and laugh. I thought you weren't afraid, but it turns out you hid it well. Sit down, I'll get you a glass of water to moisten your throat. You talked so much and stayed up all night. Don't lose your voice when you board the plane early in the morning. You're going to build a bridge of friendship between the students of our country. You have to let them know our country's sincerity. Yi Qian only knew that she was going to a country that had just calmed down, but she didn't know which country it was and why the country's leaders chose to go there at this time. Hearing this, she sat down in the large conference chair and sighed deeply. She smiled and sighed. I wasn't afraid at all, but you. Captain Xia, are you also so presumptuous in front of the leaders? You keep staring at me. I was fine at first, but when you looked at me from time to time, I became very nervous and thought I said something wrong. Xia Jinyuan, who was pouring water, heard this and a dark light flashed across his deep eyes. Then, a faint smile appeared on his thin lips. He walked over and handed the cup to her. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in a low voice, "That's strange. Leader, you're not nervous. Instead, you're nervous because I look at you. This doesn't make sense." It does, because you. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against the conference table, suddenly bent down. Yi Qian, who was drinking water with her head lowered, was caught off guard. He suddenly bent down and she instinctively raised her head to look at him. At this moment, the distance between them was really close. They were so close that the tip of his handsome nose was only half a finger's width away from hers. Her starry eyes widened slightly as she looked at the man in front of her. Even though she immediately held her breath, she still couldn't help but inhale his breath. Her pupils gradually constricted, to the point that He was the only existence in her world. Yi Qian bit his lower lip a little unnaturally. He steadied his mind and said, "Stand up first. Let's talk nicely. Don't get too close. From a medical point of view, it's not good for breathing when two people are too close to each other. They will inhale the carbon dioxide exhaled by each other, and there will also be cross-infection." What was she trying to say? Yi Qian, who was unable to take it, leaned back, his head tilted back, and his legs stomped on the floor, trying to move him and his chair away. He couldn't move at all. The floor was covered with a gray carpet, and the chair was a fixed bow-legged chair. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. "That's not right. My military rank isn't as high as the leaders, and my military might isn't as strong as theirs. Not to mention my military experience, I can't compare at all. Then why are you afraid of my gaze? This doesn't make sense." As he spoke, he raised his hand and used his thumb to gently stroke her smooth and delicate chin. Yi Qian's entire body froze. Her pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. She was so frightened by his ambiguous actions that her toes curled up. Was he crazy? This was a military base, a conference room. Were there any cameras? Would anyone see it? Chapter 477. Yi Qian was so nervous by his actions that her brain was stretched taut. She stared fixedly at him. If he dared to do anything else, should she directly knee him and teach him a lesson? What if he made a commotion and attracted the attention of the sentries? Wouldn't both of them be in trouble? No matter how capable Yi Qian was and how calm she was, this was her first time entering the heart of a country's military power. She was really shocked by Xia Jinyuan's bold actions. But she didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Qian began to force herself to calm down. Only by calming down could she face him calmly. His fingers did not move away. As he rubbed her chin, he lifted her chin so that she could look into his eyes. Yi Qian didn't avert her gaze. She listened quietly to his deep voice and said with a faint smile, "And we're so close. How could you be afraid of my gaze? Unless..." "Unless what?" When he paused intentionally, Yi Qian's blood finally began to flow back to her body. She finally suppressed the palpitations in her heart. She raised her hand and brushed away his right hand that was rubbing her chin. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the handsome face in front of her. She said calmly, "It's precisely because we're so close that I'm afraid that I'll say something wrong and disappoint the leader when you correct me in front of him. Your gaze is very sharp. Every word I say needs to be taken seriously and carefully considered before I say it. I'm afraid you'll think I'm exaggerating. After all, we're so close that I know a lot." If what she said was true, then... Xia Jinyuan's smile gradually disappeared from his handsome face. He slowly straightened his body and looked at her quietly. After a long while, he smirked and said in a low voice, "No, Yi Jian, you can't be afraid even if you're facing someone you're familiar with. At the very least, you can't easily say that you're afraid. Outside, danger is everywhere. Once you're afraid, you'll definitely reveal your weakness." His gaze was even colder than hers, so cold that even his bones were bursting with sternness. When carrying out a mission, your fear will become your weakness. Your every move will become the best target for the enemy. His aura was no longer gentle and refined. When he faced her, there was a coldness that only soldiers would have. Yi Qian felt a chill in his heart as he slowly stood up and collected all his emotions. The ambiguity between the two of them disappeared instantly, leaving only a heavy and solemn atmosphere. "I understand what you mean. Were you testing me just now?" Hearing her question, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said, "That's right, I was testing you. That's because I've noticed that whenever I look at you, your eyes will flicker unnaturally. Yi Qian, if you want to become a special forces soldier, first of all, you need to maintain a perfect state of mind in any non-personal situation. Don't let your emotions affect your gaze. Instead, use your gaze to control the emotions in your heart. When Xia Jinyuan poured the water, he thought of testing her. If he wanted to take her forward, then he had to personally correct some of her small habits. A little fox who would become alert at the slightest movement, a little fox that he had his eyes on. He wanted to take her to a higher and further place, so he had to correct any problems that he discovered. Yi Qian didn't expect that his ambiguous action just now was actually a test. She hated that she didn't realize it at all and instead had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Her gaze sharpened as she stood up straight like a long spear and accepted Xia Jinyuan's harsh criticism and advice. Chapter 478. Don't let your ability be ruined by the emotions you occasionally reveal, especially when you're on a mission. There's no one else in your eyes, only vigilance. Do you hear me, Yi Qian? The last sentence could be said to be the harshest words and the coldest tone Xia Jinyuan had ever spoken to her since they had known each other. Flirtatious, teasing, and romantic relationships all disappeared from her mind. All that was left was the calmness before a mission, the calmness that would never be swayed by others again. Yi Qian stood up straight and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I hear you." She felt a thin layer of sweat on her back. She couldn't see through this man who was like a spring breeze one second and cold the next. Just like now, she had yet to walk out of his cold voice, but he had already restrained his sternness and revealed an intoxicating warm smile. "Okay, you can relax now. I believe that with your intelligence, you've already remembered my words and will definitely correct them." He smiled as he picked up the glass of cold water and handed it back to her. "Here, finish the water in the glass. It's cold, refreshing." His deep and dark eyes contained a deep meaning that Yi Qian couldn't figure out. After taking the glass, she lowered her eyes slightly and took a sip of the cold water. It was indeed refreshing, and even her mind was much clearer. Xia Jinyuan was a mysterious man. She had too many things to learn from him. Thanks to his timely reminder, she understood that no matter who she faced, as long as it wasn't in private, she should maintain a certain distance and not let her emotions be swayed by the gazes of acquaintances. He was a good teacher and a good friend of hers. It was her fortune to have such a good teacher and friend as she grew up. The plane leaves at 4:30. Now, you need to rush to the airport with me immediately and arrive early to make preparations. Xia Jinyuan was very satisfied with Yi Qian's attitude. After being intimidated by him, she didn't run away, but chose to accept it and recognize the truth. This was the good thing about her. Business was business, personal was personal. Even if he was strict with her on business, it would never affect their private interactions. A person who separated business from personal matters was also a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He wasn't worried at all that being strict with her would make her stay away. The more she fought, the braver she became. How could she possibly run away? She took small sips of water and put her hand into the side pocket of her suit. She elegantly took out an object that emitted a metallic coldness. It was a QSZ 92 9mm semi-automatic pistol that could be put in a briefcase. This pistol was transferred from the military's arsenal. It's brand new and has never been used before. It's just right for you. He placed the pistol on the conference table and slowly pushed it in front of her. 2 spare magazines. Including the one in the pistol, there are a total of 35 bullets. If no shots are fired, all 35 rounds of ammunition must be handed over to the firearms stockpile. Yi Qian picked up the pistol. As he gripped the handle, he pressed down on the trigger and removed the magazine. The magazine fell into the palm of his left hand. Touching the gun, Yi Qian's eyes were cold and sharp as he carefully checked the magazine's capacity. It was indeed full of 15 bullets. Then, he reloaded the magazine. Then, she coolly pulled the sleeve and raised her hand. With a cold expression, she looked through the camera and saw the crosshair. She aimed at a moth flying in from outside the glass of the conference room. No problem. Yi Qian put away the pistol. Her eyes were as calm as a mirror as she looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had a slight smile on his face. Can we go now? Chapter 485, The Attacking Hearts Telepathy Group. Of course. Xia Jinyuan was not in a hurry to deal with a little fox who was so cold to him. A hint of mockery flashed across his elegant and handsome face. He calmly walked out of the conference room. As he walked, he said calmly, "You need to change into a new set of clothes. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has prepared a brand new school uniform for you." "I need to change into a brand new school uniform?" Yi Qian took the bag he took out from the cabinet. She glanced at him and went into the walk-in closet to change. It was a Western-style student uniform. The bottom was a grayish-white, navy blue, and dark red checkered skirt. The top was a white shirt and a navy blue blazer with grayish-white edges. The top was a pair of black leather shoes and a pair of white laced socks. Yi Qian suddenly had the urge to go back to the bathroom and change back into the provincial No. 1 middle school uniform. This student uniform. Why did it feel a little strange when she wore it? Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting outside, saw her tugging at her skirt uncomfortably. His eyes darkened and his sexy Adam's apple involuntarily slid up and down. The little fox's student uniform made the blood in his body restless. He pursed his thin lips and contacted the logistics department through his earpiece. Change into another set. Her legs were too long. What was supposed to be a knee-length plaid skirt had turned into an extremely short skirt. Her straight and slender legs were exceptionally smooth and fair. They were so shiny that his eyes were a little dazzled. Yi Qian immediately let out a long sigh of relief. "Wear pants. This skirt is too short. I'm afraid it'll be rude if I bend over." Wear pants." Xia Jinyuan agreed that it was better to wear pants. Soon, the logistics department sent over a pair of pants from the same series. At the time, he had considered the difference between a skirt and a pair of pants. He felt that a skirt would be more suitable for a girl, but he was afraid that it wouldn't work, so he bought both. Luckily, he had a pair of pants. After changing into a pair of pants, Yi Qian's expression instantly became much more natural. He swept his legs across the changing room. Not bad, the pants were elastic. When she came out again, Xia Jinyuan really felt that his little fox looked very beautiful in the school uniform. Her legs were long and her waist was slender. Her shoulder-length hair was tied up high with black elastic bands, revealing her beautiful face. Her watery eyes faintly revealed a cold and ruthless expression. She was the kind of beauty that he liked. "It's getting late. The car is waiting for us downstairs." Xia Jinyuan cleared his throat and discreetly narrowed his eyes. At the same time, he hid his amazement at her in his heart. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the office building in the military district was exceptionally quiet. There were no soldiers in military uniforms coming and going. Yi Qian felt that this place was filled with an inviolable solemnity. After walking out of the office building, Xia Jinyuan took a briefcase from a soldier. He nodded slightly to express his gratitude before taking Yi Qian to the airport. In one night, Yi Qian had already made a round trip to the airport. "We'll arrive at the airport in an hour. You can rest for now. I'll wake you up when we arrive." Xia Jinyuan also sat in the back seat. His every move was a soldier's code of conduct. He didn't tease Yi Qian with words or actions. This was a time for Yi Qian to accumulate experience. He wouldn't tease her to the point that she would put all her attention on him. The distance from the sentry post to the office building was the only time they had private time. After that time, the two of them had to restrain themselves and focus on the mission. Chapter 479. It was almost 2:00 in the morning, and there were still 2.5 hours before the plane took off. All the departments were in position. The State Security Bureau and Zongnanhai had already arrived at the private jet building, and the security personnel were conducting a thorough inspection before the plane took off. The flight route inspection team had finished all the work before the plane took off in China. They were just waiting for the plane to take off, and they would immediately start preparing for the arrival of the plane from abroad. They would then hand over some work to the Foreign Affairs Department. The 4 soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade had also arrived at the private jet building and were secretly inspecting the place. They even checked the surveillance cameras to prevent anyone from spying on the leader's route into the airport. The flight crew in the private jet building were all on standby, and they all cooperated with the security personnel's inspection. Once again, they confirmed that there were no dangerous items on them. It could be said that the entire private jet building was under high security. This was not only the case in China, but also abroad. When the plane landed abroad, it was also under high security. Yi Qian arrived at the airport 53 minutes later, and it was getting closer and closer to the boarding time for the leaders. After entering the private jet building, she and Xia Jinyuan went through layers of strict inspection, and finally entered the private passage after confirming that there were no mistakes. Go directly to the departure lounge and wait. You can take a look at this document first, in case the leader. Xia Jinyuan had only taken a few steps into the private passage when he was interrupted by a voice from the headset. This is Q King. J5's voice came from the headset. The civilian staff accompanying the Lieutenant General of the Army is calling. Please inform Yi Qian that the highest-ranking leader accompanying the leader will meet her in the departure lounge. The Lieutenant General will introduce her. How long will the meeting be? Are there any other leaders accompanying the leader that need to be met? Xia Jinyuan directly handed all the documents in his hand to Yi Qian. He gazed at her with a deep smile, and there seemed to be a glimmer in his deep eyes. We are in the private passage. We will arrive at the private jet building in about 2 minutes, and enter the departure lounge in 5 minutes. As Yi Qian was an exchange student between the two countries, the leader naturally needed to meet her to understand the situation. Yi Qian took all the documents related to the culture and customs of other countries. She glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was calmly talking to someone on the phone, and lowered her eyes slightly, elegantly flipping through the documents quickly. Okay, I will take her there now. Wait for me in the departure lounge. After cutting off the communication, Xia Jinyuan glanced sideways at Yi Qian, who was flipping through the documents very quickly. She flipped through the pages very quickly, but he knew that she had already memorized the information in her heart. His thin lips curved into a sexy curve and his black eyes were filled with approval. Little fox, the Lieutenant General has a very good impression of you. He mentioned you in front of the higher-ups and the higher-ups will have 5 minutes to meet you. Hearing this, Yi Qian's reading speed slowed down a little. She looked up at him with her bright black eyes that were like a pool of clear water. She said calmly, "What do I need to pay attention to?" "Nothing. You are a student. The leader will not talk to you with the strictness of an inspection." Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her calm expression. This girl's calmness. She did indeed have the demeanor of a general. Uncle Jen and Uncle Chen had really trained her well. She was calm and collected, and the more chaotic the situation was, the calmer she would be in danger. She would never drop the ball at a critical moment. Chapter 480. Previously, he had said that she was a qualified soldier. Now, he had to say that his little fox had already stepped into the threshold of the special forces. Relax, be calm, have a logical train of thought, speak clearly, and have a good grasp of the rhythm. There's still some time before 3:50 p.m. Read the information in your hands carefully first. The leader will probably ask about this. Xia Jinyuan spoke unhurriedly, not giving Yi Qian any psychological pressure. He even helped Yi Qian to calm down. It was obvious how important a mentor and helpful friend was. Not only would they not drag you down, but they would also help you at any time and give you pointers. Yi Qian smiled and looked at him with a faint smile in his eyes. The Xia Jinyuan at work was completely different from his usual self. Even though he was speaking softly to her now, he did not hide the sword-like sharpness between his eyebrows. Every look in his eyes was cold and full of masculine charm. She could calmly face Captain Xia like this. She did not need to spend too much effort to guess what he would do next and what he would say to her. She could not help but sigh. Captain Xia, you're really good to me, especially when I have a question to ask you during work. I feel very at ease. Instead, you're not serious when you're resting and make me worry? Not serious? Make her worry? This sudden comment made the corner of Xia Jinyuan's mouth twitch uncontrollably. How was he not serious? Why did he make her think that way? If he was really not serious, he could do whatever he wanted to her immediately. Oh, he could not. He could not do whatever he wanted. His little fox's claws were sharp and would scratch him until he was covered in blood. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes, curled his lips, and said calmly, "Why would you think that? Did I do anything impolite? I don't think so. Other than that time in the military conference room. I really don't remember anything else. I didn't do anything impolite. I won't let Captain Xia do anything impolite to me. It's just a feeling. That's how I feel. Captain Xia, don't you think that, sometimes you really like?" Yi Qian closed the 10 pages of documents that he had finished reading. He frowned slightly as he looked at the flawless, handsome face. He smiled faintly and said, "You really like to say things that will cause misunderstandings. I didn't take it to heart the first or second time, but after a while, I can feel that you like to tease me the most and find it amusing. It's so sad. It turns out that I'm not serious in your heart and I'm just teasing you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little fox, your crude way of speaking is really hurtful. How could Xia Jinyuan be sad?" In fact, there was even a hint of joy in his tone. A dark light began to flow in the depths of his ink-like eyes, and occasionally, there seemed to be sparks bursting out, making him look dangerous and mysterious. "Then can you think carefully about why I'm like this?" The color of his pupils was really very deep, so deep that it was like the sea, and the bottom could not be seen. The color was especially dark, and it hid everything about him. No one could guess what he was thinking. Yi Qian admitted that she did not have the ability to figure out what he was thinking. There seemed to be an answer that was on the verge of appearing, but when she thought about it carefully, she felt that it was impossible. In the end, after her gaze moved slightly, she shook her head and smiled. "It's not good to think about it, and I don't dare to think about it." "Then don't think about it. Study hard and get into the military academy. One day, when you're in uniform, I'll tell you the answer. Also, I'm very serious with everyone. I've never been in a relationship since I was young. You can rest assured about this." Chapter 481. Yi Qian stiffened and turned her head. She tightened her grip on the documents and looked at him calmly. "Why are you telling me this? I don't need to know." The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face deepened. He glanced at her indifferently. After a low laugh, he changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this now. Give me your ID card and wait in the departure lounge. Our other comrades are already in the departure lounge. We need to meet them." Indecent. He had to change that. How could he leave the impression that he was indecent? He was the most decent man in the world. The departure lounge was very quiet. The staff and security guards maintained absolute silence. Even if they needed to talk about work, they would speak softly so as not to disturb them. Yi Jian thought that she wouldn't need to be checked again when she arrived at the departure lounge. However, when 2 security guards stood out and blocked her way, she realized how strict the security was when the leader went out. Xia Jinyuan opened the black briefcase in his hand. There were no documents inside. Instead, it was a briefcase gun developed for covert security. The trigger and safety could be operated through a linkage on the handle of the briefcase. The gun could be fired directly from the briefcase. All the guns and ammunition had official documents. The security guards looked at them carefully and checked the list of names in their hands. Only when they were sure that the person in question would they let them go. This was the last checkpoint. There was no need for further checks. The atmosphere in the departure lounge was relatively solemn. Several airport staff saw the two of them enter and lowered their heads to flip through the folders in their hands. A male staff member walked over without any footsteps. "Hello, please take your boarding passes." Yi Qian took the tickets and said, "Thank you." He looked down and asked Xia Jinyuan, "Are we sitting together?" "No, I'll be in the back cabin." "You'll be in the business class. You'll be sitting with the leader." Xia Jinyuan tapped his ticket with his slender fingers and said with a smile, "The accompanying staff are all in the passenger cabin. In the business class, there will be an interpreter, a doctor, and a clerk who can communicate with foreign tower lights at any time." The two of them chatted as they walked. J5, G3, and K7 of the Snowfield Brigade came out from various places. When they saw Yi Qian, they raised their eyebrows slightly and walked over with faint smiles on their faces. Yi Qian knew the three of them. Their appearance made Yi Qian realize something. He said to Xia Jinyuan softly, "Even you guys are here. Why do I have a feeling that something will happen after we leave the country? It's hard to say. This is a country that just went through a war. There are bullets everywhere on the streets. There are also tanks destroyed by artillery shells. It's hard to say what will happen." Xia Jinyuan and smiled, "Or why would they need a special student to accompany the leader? Little fox, your responsibility is more important than ours." His voice was soft and only the two of them could hear him. Hearing this, Yi Qian's heart calmed down and his expression became calmer. "I see. It seems that even the itinerary of this visit is confidential. No one in the country knows about it. You're only realizing now? Is this something I can think of?" Yi Qian glanced at him and saw J5 walking faster. He was dressed in a black suit and looked elegant and capable. Even his hairstyle was trimmed to match the image of an accompanying clerk. Chapter 482. In special situations, even when they met, J5 merely smiled and nodded. When they got closer, J5 smiled and said, "Every time we meet, we always fight side by side in unexpected places." Then, he gestured at Yi Jian's height and said to K7 and G3, who were more reserved, "Did you notice? That little girl in Australia has really grown up. She's grown from a little thing to a tall one." Yi Qian's height was indeed considered tall in the south. She was 1.67 meters tall and slender. She had a gentle temperament unique to southern women. She was indeed no longer the little girl in Australia. Faced with their warm and friendly greetings, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Long time no see, comrades. I hope that we can continue to fight side by side like before. We are invincible." "I love to hear that." G3, who had always been cold, opened his mouth. His gravelly voice contained a hint of a smile. "I look forward to your performance. Let us see how much you've improved." Ever since they knew that Xia Jinyuan had the intention of letting Yi Qian graduate and join the Snowfield Brigade, they were very clear about their expectations. The Snowfield Brigade had been established for a long time and had never had a female soldier join it. In the past, they didn't feel that there were any problems when they didn't have a female soldier. However, as more and more missions went abroad, they felt that female soldiers had more advantages. If Yi Qian was really qualified, they would be very happy to welcome her. K7 looked up slightly and nodded. He was a man of few words. "Me too." Then, he added, "I'm the accompanying doctor. If the leader feels unwell, you can look for me at any time." What he meant was that he would follow closely by the leader's side. If anything happened, Yi Qian could look for him immediately. One had to be able to immediately understand the hidden meaning of a person who cherished his words as if they were gold. Fortunately, Yi Jian was quick-witted. Upon hearing this, her black eyes were filled with understanding. She said softly, "Okay, I understand." The accompanying doctor was also sitting in business class. Did that mean that J5 was also sitting in business class? Xia Jinyuan saw that Yi Qian didn't feel any pressure interacting with his comrades. The expression between his brows was even similar to that of soldiers who had blood on their hands. There was a hint of coldness in his elegant and handsome face. His eyes were focused and gentle as he gazed at Yi Qian. He was like a guardian angel. This made Yi Qian feel at ease. 10 minutes past 3, the guard in front of the airport contacted all the security personnel in the departure lounge. The leader's car arrived at the airport in 15 minutes. And 20 minutes later, they arrived at the departure lounge. It was 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. They were going abroad for a secret visit. Only the accompanying security personnel knew who the leaders were, and one of them was from the Snowfield Brigade. As a student, Yi Qian didn't have to be on high alert like Xia Jinyuan. Instead, he obediently sat in a soft chair and quietly waited for the leaders to arrive. As the time drew closer, Yi Qian memorized all the information about the countries he was going to visit. He also looked at the itinerary and detailed maps of the surrounding areas. As a diplomatic staff member, Qin Xiu, who was the designated translator for the leader, walked in and saw the girl who stunned him under the morning sun. She was also the girl who patiently waited for him when he got lost. Yizhong High School, Yi Qian. Chapter 483. When he saw her name on the list, he even thought it was someone with the same name. It wasn't until he looked at the information that he confirmed that she was Yi Qian from the first high school of the province. Yi Qian didn't see Qin Xiu. There were a total of 10 people in the leader's group. She stood in the same position as everyone else in the departure lounge. She looked straight ahead with a faint smile on her face. When she saw the leader walking towards her and taking the initiative to greet her, even someone as calm as Yi Qian couldn't help but feel her heart race for a few seconds. She often saw him on TV, and he would also appear when there was a major disaster in the country. Such a big shot was now standing in front of her, and he was praising her to all the people accompanying him. "You're smaller than in the photo, much smaller than in the photo. You look very smart. Nan Province is a beautiful place. Every place has its own people. This young lady is not bad. She has the spirit and beauty of Nan Province. She's a talent." She was chosen to be in front of the leader and was responsible for the student exchange between the two countries. She was also responsible for the leader's personal safety. How could she not be a talent? He also asked about Yi Qian's academic performance. At the same time, as Xia Jinyuan said, he also asked her if she understood the culture of South Asia. Under the gaze of a group of powerful leaders, Yi Qian answered in a clear and orderly manner. Qin Xiu saw this and raised his eyebrows slightly. A faint smile appeared on his handsome and elegant face. This girl was indeed a talent. She was so young, but she had already walked beside the leader and accompanied him abroad. The student exchange between the two countries was mainly to accompany the daughter of the new president. With Yi Qian's performance, she was indeed qualified to do so. J5, G3, and I will sit in the back of the cabin. You and K7 will sit in the front with the other leaders. If there's anything, contact K7 at any time. He will take care of it. Soon, it was boarding time. The airport crew had received many foreign leaders before. They greeted them politely and elegantly and began to check in. As a student, she was closest to the leaders. She was standing side by side with the Major General of the Army and 2 other generals of the military region. On her right was a tall and slender man who was also wearing a black suit. "Come with me." The man on the right spoke softly. His voice was as gentle as the morning breeze, but there was a hint of coldness in it. "You can sit in the same row as me. We can walk together." The man spoke. Yi Qian turned to look at him. She almost couldn't understand Qin Xiu's sense of direction. Was he also a staff member? No, he was not a staff member. The clerical staff in the business class was J5, and the accompanying doctor was K7. If he was not a leader, then he was the accompanying diplomatic translator. I'll be in charge of translating for the leader, and you'll be in charge of communicating with the president's daughter. We should have a lot to discuss in the next 7 days. As he walked, he whispered to Yi Qian in a low voice so as not to affect the conversation between the leaders in front of him. The president's daughter is a high school student who loves our country's culture very much. This is also the reason why they sent you here. Yi Qian, who was a little nervous, gradually relaxed. He nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder. I will do my best to let the president's daughter, Miss Petty, have a deeper understanding of our country's culture." Chapter 484. You'll definitely do it. I believe in you. Qin Xiu smiled and walked elegantly with his slender legs. He had long been used to accompanying the leaders on overseas visits. His posture was natural and his every move was calm and confident. Follow me and everything will be fine. He was so sure of Yi Qian and said with a smile. Xia Jinyuan, who was walking at the back, narrowed his dangerous black eyes slightly. The one who was walking very close to Little Fox in front and even thoughtfully raised his hand to hug Little Fox and remind her to stay half a step behind the Major General, was the famous Qin Xiu of the Qin family. It was not a problem for him to remind Little Fox to be careful, but the main problem was that when he lowered his head and smiled at Little Fox, it was as if he was an acquaintance. The Qin family was a house full of noble people who valued family status, especially old Madame Qin. Until now, she had been at odds with the old madam of the Qin family. They had been at odds since young and were still at odds with each other even when they had many children and grandchildren. In the words of the old master, the two were enemies in their previous lives and could not get along peacefully in this life. Stop looking. If you keep looking, I'll think you found something unusual. G3's lips moved slightly and the taut expression on his cold and hard face disappeared. He did think that Q King had found something unusual and subconsciously became alert. Xia Jinyuan calmly withdrew his gaze and did not pay any more attention to Qin Xiu. He coldly escorted the leaders walking in front into the front cabin. The front cabin was not luxurious. The first thing Yi Qian saw was a painting of the Great Wall of China and the painting of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There was an identity card at the front left door of the cabin, clearly indicating the nationality on it. This was the place the leaders had to pass when they walked out of the cabin. After boarding the plane, the accompanying staff were arranged to sit in the back cabin. Xia Jinyuan and G3 were also part of the accompanying staff. They were placed in the back cabin with a seating arrangement of 3-4-3 with several interpreters and guards sent by Zongnanhai. The leaders who entered the front cabin were led to their seats by the flight attendants. After fastening his seatbelt, the leader glanced behind him and smiled as he instructed Qin Xiu, "Little Qin, you have to take good care of Xiaoyi. She's the youngest among us. Take good care of her. If she's hungry, she can eat whatever she wants." On TV, the leader who attended the conference was particularly serious, but in private, he was also a kind elder. Qin Xiu often followed the leaders on visits, so he didn't feel any pressure in the face of the leader's instructions. He answered calmly, "Don't worry, I know Xiaoya before. There was one time when I got lost on the phone and almost fell into the lake. It was her who reminded me in time and saved me from trouble." Not only was he calm, but he was also very good at adjusting the atmosphere. The leader was already laughing heartily. He said to Yi Qian, "Student Xiaoyi, you're little Qin's savior. If you have anything you want him to do, just tell him to do it. I don't think he'd dare to refuse." Amidst the laughter, the plane took off at 4:30 in the morning. The ground staff and security personnel began to retreat in an orderly manner. The airport returned to normal again. There was no longer a tense atmosphere, and some of the originally closed passages were opened as usual. The cars parked outside quietly left. Several people quietly withdrew their guns and quickly got into the cars to return to the team. Whether it was inside or outside the private jet building, there were 3 layers of security inside and outside. They didn't retreat until the plane left. It took 6 hours to go from Beijing to South Asia. During these 6 hours, the leader didn't communicate with the accompanying staff the entire time. There were some things at hand that needed to be dealt with on the plane and approved. Chapter 485. Pakistan, which is about to arrive, is a friendly country with China. Even though their new and old governments have just completed the handover, it doesn't affect their warm welcome to China's leaders. Yi Qian knew that China and Pakistan were friendly countries even in the 20th century. Their diplomats even said that China and Pakistan were all-weather friends, and Chinese leaders would receive very high treatment when visiting. Our 2 countries have a road of friendship. Xiao Yi, do you know which road it is? The plane flew for 2 hours, and right after breakfast, the leader was like an easygoing elder. He started to ask questions in a friendly manner. He even leaned his body forward so that Yi Qian could talk to him. Yi Qian was afraid that the leader would suddenly talk to her, so she even cut short her meal time to maintain her best posture and answer questions at any time. Qin Xiu, who was sitting in the same row as her, wiped his hands with a wet tissue and looked at Yi Qian with a warm gaze. This kind of thing. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for a high school student to answer. After all, not everyone was familiar with this history. He even took out a pen and prepared to remind Yi Qian as he wrote. However, he heard the girl's confident smile. Under the warm cabin lights, her smile was as beautiful as a flower and as gentle as water. Her dark eyes were clear and bright, and her calm voice contained an appropriate amount of seriousness. That was her respect for history and the memory of the martyrs. She slowly said, "The Karakoram Highway is also known as the Road of Friendship between China and Pakistan. It is 1,224 kilometers long and is the only land route between China and Pakistan. It was built in 1966. The Chinese side built 600 kilometers of road. More than 15,000 Chinese people participated in the construction, and more than 100 of them unfortunately died. This road of friendship is the road of our people's burial. This road also became a road to prove the friendship between the 2 countries. History should not be forgotten, especially the next generation. The friendship between the 2 countries was not established overnight. Our martyrs used their blood and bones to pave this road of friendship. We must always remember that the word friendship is as high as the sea and as high as the mountain. It can be as high as it can be as deep as the sea. It's good that you know this. It shows that the young people in our country are at a high level of education. After listening quietly, the leader said to Yi Qian, "I've seen your application. It's very good. It said that if a man doesn't join the army, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. It's the same for a woman. Go to the army and train yourself. Learn to be vigilant in times of peace. That's the way to the long term." The accompanying clerks, who were also known as J5, started taking notes the moment the leader started speaking. Their pens moved quickly as they carefully recorded the conversation between the leader and Yi Qian. Then, the leader said to the Major General of the army, looking at student Xiao Ye's training video, "She doesn't look like a high school student at all. She's no worse than us ordinary soldiers. When we go back, do some work on the video recording of her training and publicize it in the army. Let the male soldiers see who said that women are inferior to men." His tone was not very strict, but rather relaxed and humorous. Although the atmosphere in the front cabin was serious, there was absolutely no sense of heaviness. Qin Xiu looked at Yi Qian with a slight smile the entire time. After she finished talking with the leader, he used a pen to write a sentence on the notebook, "You did well. Keep it up." When the notebook was sent over, Yi Qian thought that there was something she needed to improve. After all, the person beside her, was a diplomatic staff member and translator who dared to make harmless jokes with the leader. Chapter 486. She opened the notebook and smiled. She then wrote 2 words seriously, "Thank you." Qin Xiu handed the notebook back and opened it to take a look. In his heart, he secretly said, "Good writing." It was strong and vigorous, round and delicate. Between the horizontal and vertical lines, there was a sense of calm and restrained steadiness. It was no wonder that his uncle kept praising her. Qin Xiu looked at the 2 words and replied with 2 words. He handed the notebook back to Chen Pian. "You're welcome." His reply made Yi Qian smile even more. He didn't write any more. Instead, he drew a smiley face and handed it to Chen Pian. One could speak 8 languages, had a good IQ, and was good-looking. Why was his sense of direction so bad? It didn't make sense. She read a book in medical school. It mentioned that children with a poor sense of direction might have problems such as disorganization, poor planning, and misjudgment of position and order. But from Qin Xiu's appearance, he really couldn't tell. What he saw was an experienced diplomatic staff member who handled matters with ease. He didn't look like someone with a poor sense of direction. The notebook exchange ended with Yi Qian's smile. 6 hours later, the special plane arrived at the airport at 11:00 Chinese time. This wasn't a public visit. Even the Pakistani side arranged it in secret. Although there were no flowers or fireworks, when the leader walked out of the special plane, he was welcomed by the CEO, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the leader of the escort group, and the Minister of Finance. The 5-day visit officially began. China celebrated National Day. While other countries thought that no leaders would visit China during the National Day holiday, China's leader had already begun a secret meeting with the Pakistani side. As a religious country, Pakistan's cultural life was monotonous. During the meeting between the leader and the Pakistani president, Yi Qian understood why this girl, who was the same age as him, loved Chinese culture so much from chatting with the president's daughter. In less than 2 days, Yi Jianjian and Miss Petty had become good friends with each other, from scenic spots and historical sites to local customs, festivals, customs and some interesting things that happened in school. "I like to travel, but it's not a good time to travel in my country. Unfortunately, I can't take you to see the most beautiful scenery here." Sitting cross-legged in front of Yi Qian, Miss Petty had a pair of big and beautiful eyes that were filled with sadness. She looked like an injured swallow that was waiting for the day to return to the sky. Faced with her sadness, Yi Qian smiled and said, "It's all right. That day will come. War destroys and rebuilds. Miss Petty, that day is not too far away." Compared to Pakistan, China was indeed a paradise. There was no war, no Al-Qaeda, and no extremists. For this well-educated and knowledgeable Miss Petty, her passion for Chinese culture wasn't without reason. She wanted to fly higher and further, but reality told her that she couldn't. The accompanying translator quickly reported to Qin Xiu that Yi Qian didn't need a translator. Her communication with Miss Petty was smooth, and her language skills were no worse than a translator's. Qin Xiu didn't send another translator. He didn't expect this girl to be so talented in languages. The clock started to ring. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. It was time for Miss Petty's English class. Chapter 487. This was the time when Miss Petty had to study. Even if she was interacting with Yi Qian, she still needed to learn English. If one didn't learn English well, they would be considered uneducated and looked down upon. "It's time to study again. I don't want to see my English teacher anymore." Petty stood up and winked playfully at Yi Qian. She said she didn't want to, but she didn't slow down at all. The 2 bodyguards who were always by Petty's side immediately followed her. As they turned around, their white robes fluttered slightly. Yi Qian saw the silhouette of a gun on them. It had become a habit to carry a gun here. Yi Qian personally escorted Petty to a small room in the presidential palace used for home lessons. Since home teachers weren't government employees, they couldn't enter the presidential palace as they pleased. Therefore, they arranged for a small room that was far away from the presidential palace, but still within the boundaries of the presidential palace. It was only lightly patrolled. It was similar to the room outside the Forbidden City, which was the room where the national flag officers were resting. After watching the two bodyguards accompanying Petty enter the classroom, Yi Qian turned around and left with a staff member arranged by the Pakistani government. After a few steps, Petty, who was wearing emerald green gauze, ran out briskly. "Jane, my English teacher asked if she could invite you to her class." She was like a butterfly, cheerfully stopping beside Yi Qian. "Can you accompany me?" She was a sad girl who yearned for nature. Yi Qian couldn't refuse her gaze. However, she didn't agree immediately. Instead, she asked the staff member accompanying her. 5 minutes later, she received a reply from the president saying that there was no problem at all. The small room wasn't actually small. One was a classroom, and the other was a lounge. Yi Qian followed Petty into the room. The first thing she saw was the picture of the current president hanging in the middle of the room, and the country's flag. As soon as she entered, Yi Qian's footsteps quickened. A trace of uneasiness floated in her heart. Petty, who was one step ahead of her, ran happily towards the half-closed classroom. "Miss Pavel, let's start the class." In Pakistan, women generally didn't need to work. Because Miss Pavel had studied abroad and her family had died in the war, she became a strong woman who had to rely on her own hands to support herself. From Petty's conversation, this was the only thing Yi Qian knew about his teacher. "Then let's begin, Miss Petty." A calm, feminine voice came from the room. Yi Jianjian saw a woman in a long black dress with a black headscarf around her head, flitting across the classroom. Yi Qian's heart suddenly tightened. It was also at this moment that Yi Qian's instinctive reaction made him retreat quickly. The half-closed door was instantly closed, and the two bodyguards in white robes remained on both sides of the door to close it. Alarmed, Yi Qian abruptly raised his head and looked coldly at the two white-robed bodyguards. However, what he saw was completely different faces. "Shit! Invite our guest in." Pavel's voice came from inside the room. At the same time, someone opened the half-closed door. Yi Qian saw. Petty's hands were tied behind her back, and her mouth was tightly covered. She saw her sad and beautiful eyes filled with tears of despair. These were Al-Qaeda rebels. They hid in Pavel's car and entered the presidential palace. They entered this area that wasn't heavily patrolled. Chapter 488. Yi Qian had a fully loaded QSC 92 9mm semi-automatic pistol on her, but she couldn't take it out. Petty was in danger. There were 5 of them, including Pavel. 5 people had entered the presidential palace without being discovered. Yi Qian couldn't understand how the soldiers outside were on duty. The leader of the Chinese government was still there, and the 5 of them hadn't been discovered. Could there be other Al-Qaeda members lurking around the presidential palace? The Pavel staff outside must not have noticed anything. The room was unaffected, and he couldn't enter Petty's study room as he pleased. The only thing he could do was to save himself and find a way to inform Xia Jinyuan and the others. "Hello, student from China. I'm Petty's English teacher. Nice to meet you." Pavel, who was wearing a black veil, was indeed a well-educated middle-aged woman. When she smiled and greeted Yi Qian, her eyes were gentle. It was hard to imagine that she was related to Al-Qaeda. She didn't walk out. Instead, she stood at the door and looked at Yi Qian with a smile. She saw the Chinese girl's body sway slightly. She was trying her best not to look so scared. "Bring her in." When she spoke again, Pavel spoke in Urdu instead of English. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Qian. Her gaze went from gentle to cold, and finally, there was a trace of coldness in it. Yi Qian didn't move. His gaze swept across Petty's face, who was now pale with fright. He looked at Pavel quietly. Her body was stiff. At least, in other people's eyes, she was scared. If Petty wasn't there, she could at least fight 1 against 5. However, Petty was being held hostage, so she couldn't do anything. 2 Al-Qaeda members in white robes walked over. They pushed Yi Qian's back hard from behind, causing Yi Qian to fall forward. Yi Qian staggered a few steps. Even when his hands touched the door frame, he couldn't steady himself and fell to the carpeted floor. Her hands were pressed against her chest. Embarrassment, fear, helplessness, and panic could be seen in Yi Qian's expression. This was a normal reaction that a student should have. It would be abnormal if she was too calm. When she got up, the 2 bodyguards had already walked to Yi Qian's side. They pushed her back into the classroom again and closed the door so that no one outside could hear what was going on inside. A semi-automatic pistol with its magazine ejected was lying quietly in the lounge outside. This was the only sign Yi Qian could leave behind. The gun was there, and she was there. If the gun wasn't with her, it meant that there was a problem. The meeting between the leaders of the 2 countries was coming to an end. It had been an hour since Yi Qian and Petty were sent out of the presidential palace. There was still half an hour before Petty's class ended. Xia Jinyuan had secretly checked the time several times. He was a little panicky. He pressed down on the headset and said to the accompanying J5 in a deep voice, "Inform the interpreter that after the meeting, escort the leader out." About 10 minutes. The pen in J5's hand was scribbling on the notebook. He was taking note of every word that the leader said. It would take more than a day or 2 for the reclamation project to take shape. Now that they were in the middle of the meeting, 10 minutes was a conservative estimate. Chapter 489. Every time, the leader would choose the right topic and time to leave a good start for tomorrow's meeting. China was a big country, and Pakistan needed to rebuild. The friendly relationship between the 2 countries was also reflected in the investment and cooperation. China invested and Pakistan cooperated. Only by working together could they develop and move forward together. Qin Xiu quickly received J5's reminder. He nodded at him and found a suitable time to remind the leader. The people accompanying them were all soldiers from the special forces. They were naturally sensitive to danger. Yesterday, there was no response. Today, they suddenly suggested escorting the leader away as soon as possible. They smelled something fishy. Before the door of the meeting room opened, a Pakistani staff member in a Western-style suit rushed in. He walked very quickly. Xia Jinyuan even saw him jog a few steps. He only walked faster when he saw the Chinese staff member. This was the Pakistani staff member who accompanied Little Fox. Xia Jinyuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. He rushed to his side and blocked him. "The meeting is in progress. If you have any questions, please report to us first." "Thank you." Ba Feng's soldiers also walked over to block them and said the same words as Xia Jinyuan. The Pakistani staff member trembled as he took out a pistol from his pants. This pistol was left in the lounge. Miss Petty, Jane, and Pavel are not in the classroom. Xia Jinyuan took the semi-automatic pistol with half the magazine out. The current owner of this gun was Little Fox. The gun was here, but the person was not here. The gun was here. Something was wrong. "This is the self-defense pistol that my Chinese students carry." Xia Jinyuan took the pistol. His eyes focused on a strand of black silky hair stuck on the handle. Her pistol was at her waist, but her hair was left on the handle. What was she trying to convey? His slender hand held the magazine and reloaded the gun with a click. His cold and sharp gaze shocked the Pakistani staff so much that they couldn't help but take a step back. "We need Pavel's detailed information, as well as all the surveillance cameras around the presidential palace. At the same time, your country should immediately launch a rescue operation to ensure Petty's safety." This was Pakistan. Al-Qaeda, terrorists, and religious extremists were all impossible to guard against. No matter how strict the security was, they would still have an opportunity. In October, Pakistan had blue skies and white clouds. If it wasn't for the tight security, just looking at the blue sky gave people a refreshing sense of tranquility. It was as if they had returned to a paradise in their country. When their line of sight shifted from the blue sky and white clouds to the entire city, Pakistan, which had entered Ramadan, was already filled with a tense atmosphere. The Pakistani president's wife fainted in the banquet hall when she found out that her daughter might have been kidnapped and that it was related to her English teacher, Pavel. 4 years ago, her eldest daughter had also been kidnapped by terrorists and brutally murdered. With the sea-filling investment talks coming to an end, both sides began to make rescuing the hostages their top priority and began to make arrangements in secret. Xia Jinyuan requested for Pavel's personal file to be found. While waiting, the members of the Snowfield Brigade quickly started looking for clues. There was no fight. The gun was left behind. Yi Qian left of his own accord. Xia Jinyuan picked up a few strands of hair that Yi Qian had left at the door of the classroom. He then walked over to where Petty's feet had left messy footprints on the carpet. When Yi Qian saw Miss Petty being kidnapped, he first thought of a way to leave the gun behind. Then, he thought of a way to leave the hair behind. There were a total of 6 strands of hair. 6 strands of hair means smooth. Smooth can also be interpreted as safe. These are 2 of her messages. The most important thing is that Yi Qian left with them willingly. Chapter 490. From the lounge to the lecture room, Xia Jinyuan carefully searched for traces left behind by Yi Qian and began to analyze the situation logically. The gun was found here, which means that it was left behind when the other party was not paying attention to her. There are also hairs on the gun, which means that Yi Qian left the gun behind on purpose and fell to the ground on purpose. Then, she quickly wrapped a strand of hair around the gun and placed the 6 strands of hair together. J5 squatted by the door frame where Yi Qian fell and nodded slightly in agreement with Xia Jinyuan's deduction. There are traces of saliva here and a piece of carpet fabric that was pulled out. She did do 3 things at the same time. First, she left the gun as a warning. Second, she left a clue. Third, she reported that she was safe. In the face of at least 4 criminals, she was able to remain calm in such a short time. She even left a clue and told the Shuayu team that she had left voluntarily. No wonder Q King called her a little fox. Yi Jian's cleverness and alertness were evident from the crime scene investigation. The furnishings in the room were not damaged at all and there were no signs of a struggle. 2 bodies were found in the pantry of the lecture room. They were the bodyguards responsible for the safety of Miss Petty and Miss 24. They died of suffocation and were attacked by more than 4 criminals who successfully killed the 2 bodyguards who were completely unprepared for Pavel. It's good that we can be sure that Yi Qian left with them voluntarily. At least we can be sure that they are safe for the time being. J5 walked out of the pantry with 4 gray robes in his hands. 4 adult men wearing gray robes snuck in. The 2 bodyguards were not wearing white robes. 2 of them must have disguised themselves as bodyguards and successfully fooled Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan shook his head and said calmly, "No, Yi Qian would not be fooled so easily. She is very sensitive to smells. Pakistani people have a strong body odor. We may not be able to tell the difference, but she definitely can." Just now, the Pakistani staff said that Yi Qian sent Petty into the small room and waited for the 2 bodyguards to enter before she left with the Pakistani staff. After walking less than 2 meters, Petty ran out alone and said that Pavel invited Yi Qian to attend her class. The Pakistani staff asked the president for permission, and the president agreed after 5 minutes. Before he could finish his sentence, J5, G3, and K7 all understood what was going on. Petty came out alone, and in the 5 minutes she waited for the president's permission, the 2 bodyguards were strangled by Pavel's men who took off their white robes and disguised them. When Yi Jian entered the room, 2 criminals in disguise were standing in a place she could not see. At this time, Yi Jian had already entered the small room. It was impossible for her to retreat when she noticed something strange. Because she saw Petty was in Pavel's hands. Inform the Snowfield Brigade in charge of security to send 2 men to protect the leader. J5, you stay here. Q King, K7, you 2 will be in charge of external support after you confirm the identities of the criminals. Xia Jinyuan began to make arrangements. His outstanding leadership skills had already won the trust of the Snowfield Brigade, and they would all obey his orders. Okay, no problem. Several voices came from his earpiece. They were the voices of his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade who had arrived at the presidential palace early and were secretly protecting the leader. Chapter 491. When the person in charge of security sent by Ba Fong came over with Pavel's personal information, Xia Jinyuan and the other 3 had already analyzed the entire situation. Without them seeing it, the match rate was as high as 95%. This was the tacit understanding between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, as well as the entire Snowfield Brigade. The head of security took out Pavel's information and said worriedly with a frown, Pavel was the former Mrs. President's English teacher during the old regime. She was highly rated. We reviewed her personal information and confirmed that there was no problem with her identity before we continued to hire her. None of us, including Mrs. President, expected her to be such a terrifying person. You can't tell if a person is terrifying from their appearance. You can only know if they are terrifying if you investigate them thoroughly. Xia Jinyuan took out Pavel's personal information. When his gaze landed on the first row of her husband's personal information, his dark eyes narrowed. He said to J5, Pavel wrote down the time of her father-in-law's death in the war. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips and said coldly, this date coincides with the conflict between the government and the Al-Qaeda organization. Look at her husband's photo and her husband's younger brother's photo. The 2 brothers are twins. The older brother is Pavel's husband, a government soldier. Her husband's younger brother is a taxi driver. The faces in the 2 photos looked like they were taken from the same person. Their facial features and expressions were almost identical. The only difference was that one of them had a beard, while the other didn't. The one with a beard was Pavel's husband, who was wearing a Pakistani military uniform, while her husband's younger brother was wearing a white robe. K7 narrowed his eyes. Government soldiers are not allowed to have beards. He then asked the person in charge of the presidential palace's security in English, why do you have a beard as a government soldier? Didn't you investigate this? What if Pavel's husband was a taxi driver and her brother was a government soldier? As soon as K7 finished his question, beads of sweat rolled down the security officer's forehead. He looked at the security officer and then slowly lowered his head to look at the 2 photos. His lips trembled slightly. Pavel's husband's younger brother is a member of Al-Qaeda. No, Pavel's husband is an Al-Qaeda member, and his brother is a real government soldier. Xia Jinyuan looked at the man with a heavy gaze. His sharp gaze was like a cold arrow shooting into the man's eyes. The date of her husband's death was the same as the date of the largest battle between the Pakistani government and the Al-Qaeda. How could they not have discovered such a major problem? They even let Miss Petty learn English from the wife of an Al-Qaeda member. What kind of security did they do? How did they pass the review and approval process? Soon, the surveillance cameras around the small room were shown. Pavel drove out of the presidential palace from the rear exit. Then, a garbage truck slowly drove out behind her. There was no need to analyze any further. Yi Qian and Petty must be in these 2 vehicles. What made Xia Jinyuan even more helpless was that there were very few surveillance cameras in the entire Pakistani capital. Some had not been rebuilt due to the destruction caused by the war, and some only had surveillance cameras but were not connected. This made it very difficult to trace the whereabouts of the vehicles. Chapter 492. The members of the Snowfield Brigade didn't waste too much time on the Sky Eye. The leaders of the Snowfield Brigade were escorted back to the hotel in the castle by the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade who were in charge of security. This was a large hotel that was operated by Chinese people, but it was also funded by the Chinese government. There were a few rooms that were not open to the public. Only the leaders of the Chinese side or the senior engineers who came to support the Pakistani side could stay there. Not only was each room equipped with an individual elevator, but it was also anti-eavesdropper. The doors, walls, and glass were all bulletproof and anti-collapse. The staff of the Chinese side also stayed there. The security guards were all armed and ready. After the leader returned to the hotel room, he immediately said to Major General Liu, "I heard from them that student Xiaoya left with the base's organizers willingly. From this point alone, it can be seen that she is a brave and righteous child. We brought her out, so we must bring her back safely. Her mother, Sun Xueqing, sacrificed herself for the motherland. Today, the motherland that she protected must protect her child. Send a letter to China and immediately send an elite special forces team over to support the Pakistani side. If necessary, we will share the trials and tribulations with the Pakistani government." The hidden meaning of fully supporting the Pakistani side was that they couldn't rely on the Pakistani side. They had to rely on themselves at critical moments. The meaning of share the trials and tribulations was that they shouldn't treat this place as a foreign country when they opened fire. They shouldn't care about how many bullets were fired, how many bases organizers would be killed. As long as the Pakistani government was fighting, the special forces of China could continue to fight. In short, the soldiers sent by the Chinese side will fully support the Pakistani side. If the Pakistani side didn't rescue Miss Petty and the government didn't retreat, the soldiers sent by the Chinese side will definitely not retreat. They must live and die with the Pakistani government. The Major General quickly conveyed the leader's words to Xia Jinyuan and said earnestly, "The leader is very concerned about Xiao Ye's safety. At the same time, he also believes that with Xiao Ye's ability and performance, she will definitely protect herself and Miss Petty. You guys, carefully think about the meaning of the leader's words. The Chinese government is already sending soldiers. They won't be slow. They will arrive in about 3 hours. The Chinese people are here to represent friendship. Since there are criminals who want to destroy the friendship between the two countries, this will not be allowed. The Chinese side will definitely stand behind the Pakistani government and support them to fight against the Al-Qaeda." Since 1996, when the Chinese side recovered Hong Kong, the dragon that had been sleeping for 100 years had finally risen. The Chinese side didn't care how foreign forces interfered with other countries' affairs. However, if they dared to bully China, they would be sorry. Who would dare to say that they didn't have sufficient reasons? However, this visit was a secret, so it was better to keep a low profile. Xia Jinyuan had already digested the words of the leader. The leader couldn't speak too directly. He had to act like a big country. It was fine as long as his own people understood. "Major General, please report to the higher-ups that we have a rough idea of where Pavel went." Due to the importance of this matter, the translator who stayed behind is still negotiating with the Pakistani representative. Where the place? Chapter 493. Pavel was a volunteer teacher at the school. Q King and K7 had already gone to the school, so they would be able to detect any abnormalities. The Pakistani military would send people to observe the other two places in secret, and rescue them if there were any abnormalities. After the Major General hung up the phone, he reported Xia Jinyuan's words to his superiors. Soon, an elite special forces team that arrived in Pakistan 3 hours later received orders from their superiors to head to a primary school in Pakistan's capital immediately after they got off the plane. In October, the weather in Pakistan was cool and refreshing. The average temperature during the day was 31 degrees Celsius, and it was cooler at night. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Yi Qian, who had just left the presidential palace, kept track of the time she saw when she was taken into the car. It had been about 2.5 hours since then. She believed that Captain Xia and the others had already roughly figured out Pavel's identity, but Yi Qian wasn't sure if they knew where she was. It was very quiet here, and she and Petty were locked in a room filled with the smell of curry and meat. She guessed that they were in the storage room behind the kitchen. It was too dark. If she hadn't been counting the time silently, she would have thought it was already dark. Her hands and feet were tied, but it wasn't a problem for Yi Qian to tie her hands behind her back. She touched the knot with both hands, and slowly, she thought about what kind of knot it was and how to quickly untie it. Yi Qian closed her eyes and didn't speak to Petty. After the knot was untied, she said softly, "Don't be afraid, Miss Petty. Sit down and rest for a while. I need to climb up to the window to see where we are." She gently touched the silver thread around her left hand with her right hand. They had searched her body, and she was very glad that she had left the pistol as a signal. Otherwise, they would have been alerted if they found a pistol on her. They even searched her watch, but they didn't take the silver thread around her left hand. They thought it was a silver bracelet. Petty didn't realize that Yi Qian had already stood up. When she spoke, her voice was trembling. "Jane, we were kidnapped by Teacher Pavel. I think she might be a member of the Al-Qaeda organization." "Huh? Why is this happening?" Yi Qian, who was stretching his wrists, squatted down in front of her and asked softly, "What did you find?" "Miss Petty. One day, I mentioned that there was a conflict between the government and Al-Qaeda. Pavel suddenly got angry and told me not to mention it in front of her again." Petty's expression should have been terrified because her voice was filled with fear. Every word she said was trembling. "I think she should be a member of Al-Qaeda, but I believed her at that time because she was a very patient teacher. Teachers were always able to make their students and parents believe in them." Therefore, Yi Qian did not feel that there was anything wrong with Petty not telling the president about this. He could only say that Petty was not very vigilant. He opened his arms and hugged her gently. He smiled and said, "It's all right, Miss Petty. We'll be fine. Trust me. Now, I need to go up and take a look around." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Yi Qian immediately let go of Petty and quickly picked up the rope that she had thrown on the ground. He wrapped his hands around it and tied them together. Chapter 494. "Miss Petty, I untied myself just now. Please trust me. I'll protect you." As he tied himself up, he reminded Petty, who was still in a daze, "We'll definitely leave. We won't stay here any longer." Petty, who was still in a state of panic, finally came back to her senses after hearing Yi Qian's reminder. Her eyes flashed with surprise, but before she could say anything, the door opened with a bang. 2 Al-Qaeda members walked in with guns in their hands. Then, the lights came on. Yi Qian, who was sitting facing the door, saw the 2 armed Al-Qaeda members walk up to them, followed by Pavel. She looked at Yi Qian for about a minute before saying, "Please forgive our rudeness, my friend from China. Even though we welcome you here, I had no choice but to bring you here. Trust me, if the government is willing to cooperate with us, your life won't be in any danger." Pavel didn't mention Petty because she was the most important hostage in Pavel's hands. Kidnapping Yi Qian was just another bargaining chip. The gray robes were probably the uniform of the Al-Qaeda members. When Yi Qian was taken out of the room again, he noticed that the men all wore the same gray robes, while the women wore the same black veil that Pavel wore. "This is an orphanage." "Why? Mr. Pavel, why did you bring us here? There are children here. Do you know that? There are children here." Petty became very agitated. She recognized where they were. This was an orphanage. The people who lived here were all orphans who had lost their families in the war. "Do you want these orphans, who finally have a home, to be in danger again? Mr. Pavel, you can't do this." She was agitated because she was worried that Pavel would kidnap the orphans again. She spoke in English, so Yi Qian heard her clearly. It wasn't what Pavel thought, but it was what she did. Pavel, who was walking in front, turned around and stared at Petty with his big, black eyes under the veil. If it weren't for Mr. President, there wouldn't be any orphans here. They wouldn't have lost their families. So, Miss Petty, the person you need to blame is your father. The entire orphanage was under the control of the Al-Qaeda members. The staff were locked up in one room, and all the children were locked up in another room. Yi Qian and Patty were taken to the room where the children were kept. It was a room filled with the smell of gasoline. Yi Qian's gaze fell on a few oil drums filled with gasoline. His gaze narrowed slightly. Miss Petty, you'd better stay here obediently and tell the children that you're the one who saved them. If you want to save them, you'd better cooperate with me. Otherwise. Pavel picked up one of the barrels and took out a steel lighter. Otherwise, I'll set this barrel on fire and send all the children to heaven with you. The oldest child here was 12 years old, and the youngest child was 4 or 5 years old. This was a group of children who had seen war. They were especially sensitive to these things, and they were so scared that they started crying. Petty had never encountered something like this. Although she lived in a war-torn country, she was the president's daughter. She had always been protected. Right now, she was so frightened by Pavel's threat that her eyes filled with tears. Please tell me what I need to do. But please don't hurt them. Thank you. Even though she was scared, at least she was using her own actions to protect these children. Yi Qian was also completely ignored by Pavel. This made it easier for Yi Qian to do what he wanted. Chapter 495. At 5:37 p.m., G3 and K7 arrived at the school. Everything was normal in the school. The accompanying Pakistani soldier asked the teacher for a glass of water and snuck into the teacher's office with the excuse that she was thirsty. Pavel doesn't go home immediately after school. Instead, she goes to the temple to pray and enters the bunker building. The soldier entered the teacher's office and saw Pavel's photo. She expressed her gratitude as a student's father. This was the most important clue the soldier managed to find out in a short 5-minute conversation. Pavel was a believer, so it was normal for her to go to the temple. However, she avoided her colleagues' invitations every time. Even the teacher who saw her at the temple found her by accident. This meant that her whereabouts were not normal. G3, who was hiding in the dark, used a satellite phone to contact Xia Jinyuan, who was in the presidential palace, and told him all the clues they had found. Q King. Pavel is a member of Al-Qaeda. She's a teacher. There's an orphanage less than 5 kilometers away from the temple. It's full of children. You mean Pavel will bring Yi Qian to the orphanage? Xia Jinyuan was with the Pakistani president, so the president could understand the conversation in English. When he mentioned the orphanage, the president immediately bent over and looked at the map carefully. There was indeed an orphanage southwest of the temple that took in post-war children. Al-Qaeda was a military organization. No matter how powerful Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't immediately find out where Pavel was. He needed to investigate carefully and figure out the exact location. Q King nodded. His imposing figure was like a rock in the Gobi Desert. He had a majestic aura that came from ancient times. K7 is already there. He'll report immediately if anything happens. The Pakistani government had just completed the handover of the old government, and the country was a relatively chaotic one. The fact that Al-Qaeda was so rampant could only mean that the other party was indeed powerful. Although the Pakistani government had invested a lot of military power to fight terrorism and extremism every year, there were still some things that they couldn't take into account. Pavel's incident showed the strength and weakness of a country. In China, such a situation didn't exist, let alone dangerous people rushing into the presidential palace. Yi Qian, who had been ignored the moment he entered the orphanage, used the corner of his eye to check the situation inside the room. After he was done, he lowered his head even more obediently. There was a telephone line in the room, but it had been torn. A yellow landline had fallen to the ground, and even the core inside had fallen out. He had to fix it first before he could use the communication device to contact Captain Xia. It would take more time, and this method would not work. It was even more impossible for her to escape alone. If she could escape, she could have done so at the presidential palace. He was in charge of the leader's personal safety, but he chose to leave Petty alone. He didn't need others to look down on him, he could even look down on himself. There was only one way, and it was also the most reliable way. Get Pavel to contact the presidential palace. He believed that with Captain Xia and the others' abilities, they would be able to find out their exact location with just a call. No matter how weak Pakistan was, it was still a country. They definitely had some small tracking technology. Then, he needed to think of a way to get the other party to contact the presidential palace. As Yi Qian listened to the conversation between Patty and Pavel, his only hope was to find out what they were up to. Chapter 496. What a good child. If your father is as open-minded and kind as you, you should continue your lesson today and return to your beautiful room to drink afternoon tea and spend a leisurely afternoon with your Chinese friends. Pavel did have a request. She needed to rescue an Al-Qaeda leader who had been captured by the government forces a week ago. If this person did not have an important position in Al-Qaeda, Pavel would not have exposed her identity. Yi Qian could tell that Pavel did have a request. Otherwise, she would not have said that Petty could go back after class. From her words, it was obvious that Pavel would continue to hide in the presidential palace as an English teacher if she did not need to kidnap Petty. Petty, ask her what she needs you for. Find a way to get her to contact the presidential palace. Yi Qian lowered his voice and said softly, we need to let the presidential palace know that we're safe. At times like this, Petty regarded Yi Qian as her spiritual support. Despite her fear, she still asked in a trembling voice, Teacher Pavel, what do you need me to do? If I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. After all, you're my teacher. You're my most respected and beloved teacher. The president's daughter could not be that stupid. At the same time, Petty was using her own method to lower the vigilance of the Al-Qaeda members. Everyone knew that the president's eldest daughter had died in the hands of terrorists, so he protected his younger daughter very well. Some people even said that Petty thought that her country was a country free from war. Why would there be such rumors? Naturally, the president and his wife had to do something to make more people believe that Miss Petty was a simple, naive, and ignorant lady. Even the dangerous people lurking in the dark believed that Miss Petty was a simple, naive, and ignorant lady. A naive person would always lower the vigilance of others. At 5:52 in the evening, the president's informant received a call. 5 seconds later, he quickly cut into the presidential palace's office. The Pakistani president had just finished a call with the Chinese leader and learned that the Chinese side would fully support the Pakistani military's operation. The friendship between the two countries had always been deep. It was all because when the whole world had given up on Pakistan, China had extended a helping hand to help Pakistan through the difficulties. Until now, as long as a Chinese person visited Pakistan, they would be warmly welcomed. China is Pakistan's staunch ally. This was a phrase written in Pakistan's primary school textbooks to express the friendship between the two countries. The education they received since they were young was about the friendship between the two countries. Even their family education was the same. When Yi Qian, a Chinese student who was visiting Pakistan, was kidnapped, the Chinese side was not angry. Instead, they supported him unconditionally. This was undoubtedly what touched Pakistan the most. Therefore, the first thing the president asked when he received the call was, "How is my daughter, Petty?" He did not mention Yi Qian because he wanted the other party to think that Yi Qian was not important. He only wanted his daughter to be safe. A chess piece that could not play a significant role would always be easily discarded. Pavel made his demands over the phone. First, a large transport plane. Second, sufficient foreign exchange. Third, Chady Voryov had to be on the plane. Chady Voryakov was the Al-Qaeda member captured by the government forces a week ago. Chapter 497. Mr. President, if even one of the three conditions that I mentioned is not met, then not only your daughter, but many other children will be burned to ashes by gasoline and will go to heaven with your daughter. As long as you are willing, we will do it immediately. Pavel had never thought that Petty would be the only one to make her request. She was confident that her request would be met if she gathered all the children in the orphanage. Only Petty and Yi Qian needed to know the exact location to rescue them, but with almost 50 children, the problem was much more serious. K7 was hiding in a high place where he could observe the movements of the orphanage. As he observed with binoculars, he said, "We have a lot of people and enough weapons. Consider fulfilling the request. At the same time, I suggest that we release some of the hostages. The transport plane can't fit dozens of children. It will be troublesome if there are too many children." He was a doctor, so his words were concise and straightforward, but every sentence was on point. Soon, the entire operation plan was revised. The president immediately called for an emergency response meeting and ordered the elite personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and other relevant departments to quickly form a rescue command center. This was the largest group of children kidnapped in Pakistan. Even if these children were orphans and had no family to worry about them, no family was waiting for them to return safely. But to Pakistan, these were children that had to be rescued. They could not give up on them. Night began to fall. The Chinese side also participated in this operation. They suggested that they could not take all of them by force because other than Yi Qian and Petty, who were slightly older, the rest were young and ignorant children. Time passed slowly. Many children who were tired from crying were already tired. Only the older children knew the danger and kept their eyes open, not daring to close them. Yi Qian had already woken up from a nap. No matter what, it was important to be energetic. He had slept for about 2 hours, which meant that it was about 8 o'clock at night. It had been 2 hours since Petty had spoken to the president personally. At this time, Captain Xia and the others should be approaching the orphanage. Just as he thought about this, Yi Qian heard the chirping of birds. This was the most commonly heard chirping of birds in Pakistan. It was a type of lark. No one could tell what was wrong with the chirping of the birds, but Yi Qian, whose eyes were cold, knew that Captain Xia and the others were coming. Now that 2 people had come, he needed to confirm her exact location. The sound of a skylark could be heard, and then gradually disappeared. It was as if a naughty skylark that had stopped by the window frame outside the room had finally returned to its nest. 9 o'clock. Hostage confirmed 52. Hand over your weapon. The 2 Snowfield Brigade members outside perked up and quickly approached the 9 o'clock position. Inside the room, Yi Qian gently covered Petty's mouth and said softly, "Our people are here. Miss Petty, you just sit there quietly. Trust me, everyone will leave soon." After Petty nodded repeatedly, Yi Qian gently let go of her mouth. "Don't disturb the other children. Their cries will attract attention. I need to walk around now. No matter what happens, I can't scream, okay?" "Alright, I have no problem with that. Also, if you can give me a gun, I think I can also protect these children." Petty was not a naive girl. On the contrary, she was also a girl who knew how to use a gun. Chapter 498. Her words made Yi Qian smile. "Okay, I will try my best." He would try his best, but not now. After all, Petty had not undergone professional training. Once they found out that she had a gun, the consequences would be unimaginable. He patted Petty's shoulder gently and said, "Sit here and rest. If the children cry, try to comfort them. Trust me. Miss Petty, we will definitely leave this place safely. We will also bring all the children away safely." Yi Qian's words made Petty feel calm, because there was someone like her who was trying to protect the children. She had to muster up the courage to stand up and protect her own people. "Jane, don't worry. Although I don't have a gun, I have been learning from the guards, and I know a little about fighting." Petty lowered her head, and her voice was full of self-blame. "I am very, very sorry. I am very bad at fighting." Outside, two ghost-like figures snuck into the orphanage and found Yi Qian's room. Just as Yi Qian approached the door of the room where he was locked up, he heard a muffled sound in less than 2 minutes. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged across the ground. Yi Qian knew that the 2 Al-Qaeda members guarding the door had been taken care of. "Q King, Zhuangzi has taken care of it." Someone lowered his voice and transmitted an assassination message through the earpiece. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan, who was like a cheetah, snuck under a bus and stabbed a pushpin directly into the tire. He heard his comrade's voice through the earpiece and smiled. "Everything is going well. Inform Yi Qian to prepare for an attack from the inside." The Snowfield Brigade's entry meant that the entire rescue operation had begun. As for Pavel's 3 requests, the Pakistani president would fulfill them as soon as possible. The first thing to be done as soon as possible was to get Seti Vorikov out of prison. At the same time, the Chinese soldiers snuck into the orphanage. At this time, Pavel confirmed that Seti Vorikov had been released from prison and was on his way to Jianghu. It was also the time when the 2 Snowfield Brigade members successfully snuck into Yi Qian's room. Everything was done in perfect synchronicity. There was no difference in timing. The members of the Shuayu team who came to meet Yi Qian were not Xia Jinyuan and the other 3, but 2 members who could speak Urdu. They knew that one of the girls was the leader of the protection team. She was also the representative of the students from the 2 countries for the exchange. Yi Qian kept hearing soft knocking sounds coming from outside. She tapped her fingers on the door a few times in response. After getting confirmation again, she said softly, "We can't fight. There are a few barrels of gasoline in the room, and the 4 children are covered in gasoline. If we fight, it will cause an explosion. There are a total of 32 hostages. 16 of them are under the age of 6, and the oldest is 12. After the war, many children were not very tall due to long-term malnutrition. A 12-year-old boy looked like a 10-year-old boy." Listening to her detailed report, the 2 members of the Shuayu team, who had changed into gray robes and camouflaged themselves, quickly exchanged glances. From her voice, they knew that she was the person they were looking for, Yi Qian, who had helped King Q and the others complete their missions many times. He was very calm and did not have a trace of fear. "Roger that. The president has agreed to their request. A batch of hostages will be released at 10:00 today." A completely unfamiliar voice came through the wooden door. "I am V8, and the other member is T6. We have entered the base and camouflaged ourselves." Chapter 499. Yi Qian immediately felt a lot more at ease. As expected of the Chinese Special Forces, their actions were swift and decisive. They directly killed their way into the base, disguised themselves as the enemy, and then coordinated with their comrades outside. The lock from the inside started to click. After a click, the tightly shut door was gently pushed open. "Keep the gun you left behind, my little comrade." V8 smiled and quickly passed the gun through the gap. He quickly closed the door again. 15 bullets, no reloaded magazines. It's good to have a gun. Yi Qian, who had picked up the gun, pursed his lips and smiled. Before he could speak, he heard V8 say in a deep voice, "Yi Qian, in the first batch of hostages released at 10:00 tonight, you weren't there. You weren't there in the second batch either. You were still in the hands of the Al-Qaeda operatives when you boarded the plane. Are you scared?" This was an arrangement that couldn't be changed because Yi Qian was originally here to protect the leader. Now, he had become the protector of Petty. A soldier's duty was to go wherever they were needed. Yi Qian, even if she wasn't in uniform, in many people's hearts, she was a soldier. A soldier had to fight to the end. Everyone could leave, but a soldier couldn't. Outside the door, V8 and T6 expressions were a little solemn. In their hearts, they also felt that it was a little cruel to treat a 16 or 17-year-old girl like this. However, Q King took the initiative to suggest to the leader that Yi Qian stay until the end to protect Petty. The leader hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he nodded in agreement. In the face of the country's interests, Yi Qian could only choose to stay by Petty's side until the end. Your arrangement is the best arrangement in my heart. I need to protect Petty. This is my duty. And I will do my best to protect Miss Petty and bring her back to the President and Madam President's side. Yi Qian didn't feel sad at all. He even felt that this was the best arrangement. From his tone and words, he could tell that he absolutely obeyed the arrangement without any objections. Because he had already learned to obey. When the two Snowfield Brigade members heard this, a hint of surprise flashed across their calm eyes. He accepted it just like that? Without any questions? Not even a single objection? Don't worry, you're definitely not fighting alone, and you're definitely not alone on the plane with Petty. The T6 combatant wanted to comfort Yi Qian and make her feel more at ease. He also wanted to tell her that no matter what, comrades would never give up on each other. Yi Qian was about to walk back to Petty's side when he heard this. He chuckled softly, and his low voice was filled with joy. I know. Someone has to fly the transport plane. Since I'm on the plane, there must be soldiers from our country on the plane. Also, there should be some distance between the orphanage and the airport. If we want to leave, we have to drive, and we can only take a bus. I guess there must be our soldiers hiding in the bus. Her voice was like the soft chirping of insects in the summer night. Although it was soft, every word was clear. Her deduction made V8 and T6 raise their eyebrows. If I'm not wrong, our leader and Mr. President should have discussed it and decided not to give Pavel the chance to walk out of the orphanage. It's better to finish him off inside. Yi Qian, who was holding a gun, leaned against the wooden door with the paint peeling off. His voice was as gentle as the evening breeze as he said, "Moreover, I believe that my country won't give up on me. I also know that my country will never allow the Al-Qaeda terrorists to continue running rampant." Chapter 500. Yi Qian had never thought about the consequences of being one of the last people left in the hands of the Al-Qaeda terrorists. She believed that with that tall and sturdy man outside, he would not give up on her. She also believed that if he was not here now, he must be waiting for her on the transport plane. That was because he would not let her face this alone. Yi Qian trusted Xia Jinyuan so much. Just like Xia Jinyuan, who had also sneaked into the orphanage, he also believed that Yi Qian would be fine. The two comrades outside laughed silently. This young lady really had the aura of a soldier. The transport plane has already been arranged. It's quite a distance from the orphanage to the airport. There are several rescue plans. If everything goes well, we can deal with it in the orphanage. The T6 soldier was a top soldier who had been selected from the military and had rich combat experience. When he saw how calm Yi Qian was, he smiled deeply. So, your guess is exactly right. We're indeed planning to deal with it in the orphanage. This was the best outcome. However, Al-Qaeda was also a militarized organization. Everyone believed that this matter would not be so simple and that Pavel would definitely have a backup plan. But now that there are gasoline barrels in the room, it'll be a little more difficult. Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly. His gaze swept across several gasoline barrels, as well as a few children who were curled up in the corner with gasoline spilled all over them. He then gently shifted his gaze to the top of the wall. He slowly recalled what he saw when he entered the room earlier. When his mind finally settled on a certain memory, a light flashed past his dark eyes. I have an idea, get back to your positions. V8, who was in charge of security, reminded them in a low voice. The two people inside and outside the door quickly got back to their positions. In less than 2 minutes, several footsteps passed by outside and quickly left. Yi Qian quickly said to Petty, "They've already left. Tell me that everything is fine outside. The president has agreed to all of Pavel's requests, and everything is ready. Petty, we just need to wait for the rescue." He did not tell Petty that the people standing outside were actually Chinese soldiers. It was not that he was worried about Petty, but the fewer people who knew, the better. On the other side, Pavel waited for the government's final call. She needed to confirm whether Chady Vorokov had arrived at the airport and whether he had seen the transport plane. Dressed in black, she looked like a venomous spider. Every word she spoke was laced with venom. Leave the first batch of hostages in the room. Pour all the gasoline in the room. If an accident happens on our way to the airport, burn them all to death. Let the entire country see how incompetent their president is. Instead of releasing half of the hostages were left in the orphanage. If anything happened on the way to the airport, then the children and the staff of the orphanage would be burned alive. There were about 60 Al-Qaeda members in the orphanage, and 15 of them stayed by Pavel's side. All of them obeyed her every command like soldiers. While Pavel waited for Chady Vorokov's call, Petty carried a sleeping child and ordered the older children to carry the other children away from Yi Qian. "Listen, my friend. None of us can make a sound. Cover our mouths because we need a lot of water. Only with water can we avoid being burned to death. Do you understand?" As they spoke, Yi Jian and Yi Jian used the silver wire on their wrists to wrap around the water pipe. Then, they used a broken wooden leg of the table to twist the silver wire. As the silver wire wrapped tighter and tighter, water started to seep out of the water pipe. Chapter 501. The water flowed gently, and all the children held their breaths. They were afraid that the sound of the water would suddenly become louder and alert the Al-Qaeda operatives guarding them outside. The 5 children who had been drenched in gasoline covered their mouths. Their big, bright eyes were filled with surprise as they allowed the cool water to wash their bodies. The thick layer of gasoline that they were afraid of seemed to lessen as they wiped their clothes clean. Yi Qian leaned against the door again and knocked on it rhythmically with his hand. After getting a response, he said in a low voice, "I suggest we adopt the second course of action. Leave the orphanage and take care of them on the plane." "You're going to pour the gasoline out?" V8 raised his eyebrows slightly. He immediately guessed why Yi Qian suggested the second course of action. He lowered his voice to the lowest and asked, "We don't have much time. We need to fulfill all of Pavel's requests before 10 o'clock. It's been almost 3 hours since our last call. Yi Qian, we don't have much time left." With a smile on his face, Yi Qian felt that it was indeed very easy to have a comrade like him on the outside. They could guess what he wanted to do. "I'll dispose of all the gasoline and turn this dangerous house into the safest room. This way, we won't have to worry about bullets accidentally hitting gasoline barrels during gunfire and causing an explosion. My second suggestion is to release the first batch of hostages before Pavel leaves in the car." Before Yi Qian could say the word "release," the T6 soldier in charge of security knocked on the door lightly with his gun. He did not say anything and nimbly returned to the children's side. Petty immediately reminded all the children in Urdu, "Someone's coming." This group of children had survived the flames of war and were very sensitive to danger. Petty's reminder made all of them immediately lower their heads and hug their knees as if they were fast asleep. The 5 children who had been drenched in gasoline all squatted in a corner. Yi Qian gently put the hose back on, and everything returned to normal. The door was not opened. The patrolling soldiers just came over to check if there was anything unusual as usual. When they found that there was no movement, they gave a few instructions and left. K7, there are 3 patrolling soldiers coming. Be careful. V8 maintained contact with K7 and informed him of the situation on his side so that K7, who was in the middle of a mission, and his comrades who were coming to support him, could be prepared. K7, who had already found the orphanage staff that was locked up, whispered to the other figures, "Hide." Before the patrolling Al-Qaeda members came over, they were like owls that appeared at night. In the blink of an eye, they hid. The entire orphanage was no longer under Pavel's control. As the Chinese soldiers infiltrated the orphanage, at the very least, the Al-Qaeda members guarding the orphanage would be replaced by disguised Chinese soldiers. Yi Qian did not know exactly how many hostages were being held. When she heard the footsteps moving away, she quickly washed the other 2 children who had not yet washed off the gasoline. Right now, we're only removing the smell of gasoline from their bodies. The danger hasn't been resolved yet. We have to move the gasoline barrels away. Yi Qian whispered to Petty, whose joy could be felt even in the dark. He said softly, "Bullets will still explode when they hit the gasoline barrels. The best way is to get the gasoline out of the barrels away from us." Leaving this place was not an easy task. When Petty, who finally had a smile on her face, heard what Yi Qian said, sadness crept into her eyes again. "Then what should we do? The barrels are too big. How are we going to move them out?" Chapter 502. Yi Qian blinked. His dark eyes were like the crescent moon in the treetops, cold and confident. If there's a water pipe, there's also a sewer pipe. Just pour the gasoline into the sewer pipe, and there's no need to worry. This used to be a master bedroom. After some renovations, the bathroom in the master bedroom was removed, and after some simple renovations, it became a gathering place for the children of the orphanage. Otherwise, Pavel would not have kidnapped all the children at once. The refurbished wooden floor was pried open bit by bit using a nail that was unscrewed from the foot of a table. The creaking sound was like a mouse grinding against a wooden table, coming and going from time to time. The T6 and V8 combatants who were on guard outside listened carefully to the sounds inside. Once all the gasoline was poured out, the room that was originally the most dangerous would become the safest room. Then, the operation plan would be changed to Plan B. They would no longer use the orphanage as the main battlefield, but move to the airport instead. Yi Qian's suggestion was quickly conveyed by V8 to J5, a member of the Snowfield Brigade who was guarding outside. He was responsible for contacting the Chinese interpreter at the presidential palace, and then relaying the message to the presidential palace and the Chinese leaders. The atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. The elite personnel who participated in the rescue operation in the presidential palace were worried about the gasoline barrels. However, the news from the Chinese interpreter instantly saved them. "Thank you very much for the bravery of the Chinese student. Her action will change the fate of 32 children and save them from the clutches of death." After learning that the Chinese girl who was kidnapped along with his daughter Petty was trying to get rid of the gasoline, the president said to the members involved in the rescue operation, "No matter what the outcome is, we have to thank this Chinese girl for her bravery. We have to always remember that the Chinese are our eternal brothers, our true brothers." This was the best news they had received in the 6 hours since the kidnapping. It was a piece of news that lifted everyone's spirits. Qin Xiu looked at the Pakistani elite personnel who all looked relieved. There was not much of a smile on his handsome face, but the pen in his hand was gently clenched. As a Chinese, he also did not want to see the students from his country in danger. Besides, he knew Yi Qian. If they had chosen to act under the noses of Al-Qaeda and were discovered, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, it was clear that this decision had received everyone's approval. It was a gamble, to seek victory in the midst of danger. After the leader who had not slept in the hotel found out, he was silent for a long time before he said, "The young are strong, and the country is strong. Student Little Yi represents the strength of the young, and also let us see the hope of a country." She did very well. "So, you agree with the second action plan of China-Pakistan?" The Major General looked at the leader with a serious expression and asked softly, then, in the end, it was Yi Qian who boarded the transport plane with the Al-Qaeda organization. Waving his hand, the leader replied in a solemn voice, "We won't give them the chance to board the plane and leave. We'll settle it on the plane. Tell all the Chinese soldiers that they must rescue our student safely." Yi Qian had to be rescued safely. This was the top priority of the entire Chinese military operation team. In the darkness, the Snowfield Brigade K7 and another anti-terrorism special force had rushed over and assassinated several members of the Al-Qaeda organization. They had successfully disguised themselves and were waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Chapter 503. There are 20 hostages in total. Team C has been deployed. K7's cold voice came from the headset without warning. Team B consisted of V8 and the others, while Team C consisted of K7. The members of both teams had successfully disguised themselves as members of Al-Qaeda and taken over the task of guarding the hostages. Now, they were all waiting for Yi Qian's news. As long as the gasoline barrels were no longer a threat, the second set of operations could be carried out smoothly and the first batch of hostages would be safe. Team A has been deployed. How's Team B doing? Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of Team A, asked softly through the headset. He and G3 were already hiding in the luggage compartment of the bus, waiting for the Pakistani government troops to be deployed. They would act as backup and eliminate all the Al-Qaeda members together. V8 put on the headset and leaned close to the door. After listening for a few seconds, he replied to Xia Jinyuan, "There's no reply yet. I heard very soft sounds in the room. Yi Qian is very cautious, so he might be a little slow." Xia Jinyuan laughed, but it was not a laugh. He just curved his thin, sexy lips. Then, they would have to wait a little longer. Little Fox would find a way. "Give me these 3 milk bottles." As the last barrel of gasoline was about to be emptied, Yi Qian gestured for Petty to give him the milk bottles that the children had drunk. After filling the barrel with water, pour the gasoline from the milk bottles on the edge to prevent the smell of gasoline from fading when they come in. The 3 milk bottles were filled with gasoline. Yi Qian carefully twisted them and gestured for Petty to continue pouring the rest of the gasoline into the sewer. He then gently touched the barrel that was still filled with water. "This is fine. Change to the next one." Just in case, Yi Qian poured the gasoline out and refilled the empty barrel with water to ensure that the weight was the same. Yi Qian was professionally trained to ensure that not a single trace of oil was left out. After the barrel was filled with water, he poured the gasoline from the milk bottles on the edge of the barrel. As expected, the air was filled with the strong smell of gasoline from before. Time passed very slowly, and the hour hand pointed to 10 o'clock. It was getting closer and closer to the time Pavel had requested. Both China and Pakistan were fully deployed, and all the soldiers in the operation were on standby. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the entire city of Pakistan was not as brightly lit as the cities in China. Some people were partying until they were drunk. In this place, it was best to hurry home after dark. Don't linger outside and be careful of being killed. At 9:50 a.m., Pavel finally received a call from Chady Vorakov. He was calling from the airport, laughing as he told the woman who had rescued him that the transport plane had arrived at the airport. According to the agreement, the first batch of hostages was successfully released. The 20 workers of the orphanage were released. To Pavel, adults were not easy to control. Keeping them alive would be a problem. Chase all of them out of the orphanage. I want to see if the government troops are coming. Like a venomous spider, Pavel carefully used the hostages she had released to probe the situation outside. She would immediately fire a warning shot as soon as she detected any reinforcements from the government. At 10 o'clock sharp, the first batch of hostages successfully left the room. All of them were driven out of the orphanage by the Al-Qaeda members. The hostages frantically ran out of the orphanage as fast as they could. It was very quiet outside. Other than the hostages' cries, there were no government troops. A few Al-Qaeda members who were standing guard at a high point reported what they had seen to the cunning Pavel. "It's very quiet. I don't see any government troops. Madam, it seems that they didn't send troops to surround the orphanage." Chapter 504. Very well. Tell the president that I will release the second batch of hostages after arriving at the airport. Release the last batch of hostages before boarding the plane. Only Miss Petty and the Chinese student will remain. Pavel didn't lower her guard. She continued to use the hostages as a bargaining chip to ensure her safety. She once again stated her conditions. The president, who was already waiting at the airport, still had only one condition. She had to fulfill all of her demands, but she had to release the hostages. This made Pavel even more aware of the importance of the hostages. The Chinese translator was Qin Xiu. His voice was transmitted through the cold communication device to the headsets of the Chinese soldiers who were connected by radio waves. Pavel requested that the second batch of hostages remain in the room. To ensure the safety of the hostages, the president told Pavel that he only has one condition: release all of the hostages. Qin Xiu, who was in charge of translation, translated the president's words one by one. The leader proposed to the presidential palace that the Chinese operation team cooperate with the Pakistani government forces to complete the task. They must finish before the transport plane takes off. Qin Xiu's voice was very calm. At this time, he occasionally raised his eyes to look at the transport plane that was already parked on the runway. About an hour later, the last batch of hostages would arrive at the airport, but it was impossible to release Yi Qian. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiu, who was resting, put one hand in his pocket. His elegant and handsome face showed a bit of coldness. At 10:11 a.m., Pavel verbally agreed to the president's request, but before she got into the car, she ordered the remaining Al-Qaeda members, follow the original plan. When you leave, explode the gasoline barrels. Don't let anyone escape. She didn't intend to let the children in the orphanage go. These children had all seen the faces of the Al-Qaeda members. If they were captured, she would still be punished when she returned. The remaining members couldn't leave alive. They had no other choice but to die here. They were willing to stay and sacrifice their lives for their organization. The door of the room where the children were held opened again. After a strong flash of light, Yi Qian saw two men in gray robes walk in. Hide the gun and give me your hands. Quick. It was V8 and T6, two members of the Snowfield Brigade. In order to prevent Yi Qian's gun from being discovered, they came in first and pushed Yi Qian and Petty out. The next time Yi Qian saw Pavel was on the bus. Pavel and Patty's hands were tied again and they were pushed onto the bus at gunpoint. Let the two of them sit in the two seats at the front. Pavel, who had been sitting in the car for a long time, ordered coldly, look carefully. The two of them are our bargaining chips to leave this place. Without them, all of us will die with Chetovorikov. Patty stopped talking to Pavel. All the children in the car were sitting close to the window. Beside them was an Al-Qaeda member who was holding a gun and had loaded his gun. If there was any movement outside, all the hostages would be killed. The car bumped along the road. When the man standing beside Yi Qian made a sharp turn, he grabbed her arm with both hands and gently drew the letter V with his fingers. It was V8 in disguise. Yi Qian thought they had stayed in the orphanage. She didn't expect them to be right next to her. Then, Yi Qian found out from V8 that there were a total of 4 members of the Snowfield Brigade on the bus. One of them was Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 505. G3, V8, T6, K7, as well as Captain Xia, there were 5 Special Forces soldiers in one car. Once all the hostages were released, it would be time to deal with these guys. The only thing Yi Qian did not have to worry about after falling into the hands of this group of believers was whether or not he would be violated. He simply leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. With his own people around, he felt much more relaxed. Since there was nothing else to do now, he might as well rest. When the car passed by a section with street lights, T6 saw Yi Qian closing his eyes and looking like he was fast asleep. Was he relaxed? Or was he stupid? Or was he really that calm? The car arrived at the airport at 11:02 p.m. The third leader of Al-Qaeda, Seti Vorakov, had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Pavel get out of the car in a black veil, he gave her a warm hug. "Thank you very much, my partner." A loudspeaker sounded, followed by the president's voice. "Miss Pavel, we have prepared everything according to your request. The last batch of hostages will be released immediately." "Of course, Mr. President." It was Seti Vorakov's voice. It was a fierce and arrogant baritone. "However, your daughter and the girl from China will have to accompany us on a wonderful escape in the air." "Of course, sir, I promise not to hurt your daughter or your friends." Listening to the other party's arrogant voice, the Pakistani president remained calm and said calmly, "We will definitely let you go. However, if anything happens to my daughter, believe me, Seti Vorakov, even if you are flying in the air, I can still send out a fighter jet to turn you into ashes in the sky. Believe me, I will definitely do it." This warning really shocked the arrogant Seti Vorakov. If the fighter jet was really sent out, they really had no way to escape. However, Pavel laughed. When the woman's voice was gentle, it was pleasant to the ear, but when she was ruthless, it was sharp, ear-piercing, gloomy, and unpleasant. "Mr. President, if we don't leave safely, all the children in the orphanage will be burned to death. So, we have to deal with this calmly and settle this matter peacefully." The Pakistani president was deliberately stalling for time. He needed to buy time for the Chinese troops who had sneaked onto the transport plane. "Very well, we also hope that this can be resolved peacefully," Seti Vorakov said viciously as he gestured for the few Al-Qaeda members to get out of the car. He was even more cunning than Pavel. He didn't release the hostages immediately. Instead, he had people push Yi Qian and Patty to the front to prevent himself and Pavel from being killed. V8 was standing in front of the bus, K7 was standing on both sides of the door, and T6 was standing on the side where the luggage door was opened. During the negotiation, Yi Qian and Petty were pushed off the bus, while Xia Jinyuan and G3 quietly came out of the luggage compartment under the cover of T6. Each of them was responsible for one target. While the T6 combatants were on alert, each of them covered the mouth of an Al-Qaeda member and slit his neck with the dagger in his hand. Before blood spurted out, they stuffed the eliminated target back into the vehicle. The two of them replaced the two Al-Qaeda members and successfully infiltrated the plane. While the Chinese soldiers were eliminating the targets, Pavel sent people to search the transport plane inside and out. Fearing that there would be an ambush, she even searched the 8 crew members on the plane. After confirming that they weren't carrying any weapons, she boarded the plane. Chapter 506. The children all became bulletproof human shields for the Al-Qaeda members. They waited until they boarded the plane before pushing them off. Some of the children fell directly from the lift. No matter how painful the fall was, they didn't dare to cry out loud. These children were slightly older, so they more or less had the ability to make judgments. They didn't dare to cry or move. The 20 or so children were all huddled together. The panic in their eyes was something that Yi Qian would never forget for the rest of her life. When an Al-Qaeda member walked past her with his head down, Yi Qian smelled a faint mint scent. "This is..." She, who had been keeping her head down, looked up slightly. Under the faint indicator lights on the runway, she saw the side profile of a man so handsome that even his slightly pursed lips looked elegant. He seemed to know that she was looking at him. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he boarded the plane with a hostage and all the Al-Qaeda members. When she saw the G3 member walk past her, Yi Qian, who had her head down, had a faint smile in her eyes. Since they were all on the transport plane, K7 should be on it as well. After all the members boarded the plane, only Yi Qian and Petty were left. Step by step, they pushed each other onto the plane. Yi Qian looked back slightly at the children who were out of control. The scene she saw made her heart tremble violently. Those young faces did not have the innocence of a child, only the fear of an adult in the face of danger. Their eyes were not bright and beautiful, only gloomy, as if there was no life in them. They are safe. V8, who was escorting Yi Qian onto the plane, said softly, "Soon, it will be our battle. Yi Qian, I look forward to fighting alongside you." There weren't many Special Forces members in the Snowfield Brigade. They all knew each other and often went on missions together. Everyone in the brigade knew about Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan. Now that there was an opportunity to meet Yi Qian, V8 didn't want to miss it. He wanted to see how powerful the girl who was recognized by the G3 was. Hearing the interest in his voice, Yi Qian raised her eyebrows. "I'm also looking forward to seeing the strong team up." It was only on the battlefield that he felt like he had found his life's goal. When he returned to the classroom, he felt less passionate about life. This time, she was also looking forward to fighting alongside them. "There's a total of 30 bullets here. There's enough ammunition, but it's not enough to turn the entire body into a sieve." When they reached the last step of the elevator, V8 stuffed another magazine into Yi Qian's pocket and a tiny Swiss Army dagger into Yi Qian's hand. "Try to cut the ropes with a knife. The plane will circle the runway for about 5 minutes. We'll start the operation in 5 minutes." The children were all left in the car. Only Yi Qian and Petty were brought onto the transport plane. Never in Pavel's wildest dreams would she have imagined that 5 Chinese special forces had infiltrated her team, and that 5 elite Pakistani government soldiers were among the crew members who were in charge of flying the plane. As the elevator of the transport plane closed, Yi Qian saw more than 20 Al-Qaeda members start to raise their guns and shout, "Be careful of the guns in your hands. What you need to do now is to put them away properly. Don't let the bullets damage our plane." Chady Vorokov laughed out loud. He had a very long beard, and his eyes were fierce. He swept his gaze across the entire cabin, and finally, his eyes fell on the Chinese girl sitting behind him, Yi Jian's face. After that, he laughed even louder. Chapter 507. "You are a brave believer. Your husband will definitely forgive you," he said to Pavel. Everyone thought that Pavel was a brave and capable believer. They put down their guns and celebrated their successful escape. What they didn't know was that the few Al-Qaeda members who were still in the plane had their necks twisted by the Pakistani government's elite soldiers. Their heads were lying on the ground at strange angles. The plane rumbled as if it was about to leave the ground soon. Someone began to make a move silently, taking out the targets sitting next to them. All of them were directly dealt with through assassination. Amidst their celebration, there was not a trace of sound in the action. Yi Jian's hands were twisting. She used the Swiss Army knife handed over by the V8 to cut the knot. As the plane turned, she fell towards Petty. At the same time, the sharp army knife cut the rope around Petty's wrists. "Prepare to take off." The cabin crew's voice sounded tense. It sounded like they were being controlled by the Al-Qaeda members. All the lights in the cabin went out. Yi Qian pushed Pavel away from him. "Hide in the front." V8 was guarding the front, so Pavel was the safest. A gunshot rang out. The Al-Qaeda members who were laughing just now were stunned for a few seconds. Pavel's scream pierced through the cabin and woke everyone up. "Ms. Pavel, you are too rude to a guest from afar. In our country, there is a saying that, courtesy demands reciprocity. I wonder if you have heard of it." Yi Qian, who killed Seti Voryov with one shot, stood next to Pavel and wrapped the silver wire in his hand around her neck. It was the silver wire around Pavel's neck that made her scream in fear. When she pointed a gun at someone's head, she would never be afraid. Instead, she would be confident and awe-inspiring. However, when someone pointed a gun at her head, Pavel only had one thought in her mind: it's over. It's over. You are not a student. Pavel's neck tightened as if he was going to suffocate in the next second. Then, he softened his voice and said, I don't care if you're a Chinese student or not. Trust me, I have no reason to hurt you. We just want to leave this place and return to our hometown. Whether it was snakes or poisonous spiders, they would not give up the opportunity to counterattack until the last second. Just like snakes, even if their heads were chopped off, they would still have the ability to jump up and bite people. That was how Pavel was. He wouldn't give up a chance to escape until the very last second. Of course I'm a Chinese student. Otherwise, why would I be kidnapped by you? Yi Qian grabbed Pavel's arm with one hand and twisted it. Pavel's shrill scream came from the cabin again. Her arm was dislocated by Yi Qian, and she lost the ability to fight back. I will treat you the same way you treated me in the past. In our country, this is called reciprocity, Yi Qian said softly with a faint smile. His voice was light, but his actions were ruthless. He didn't give Pavel any chance to escape. He pinned her down on the seat and tied her legs tightly with the silver wire in his hand. The entire cabin was filled with the smell of blood. The members of the Shuiyu Brigade, who were disguised as members of the Al-Qaeda organization, had already prepared for battle the moment their opponents put down their guns. Now, they had to either use their guns to finish off their targets or use their daggers to clean them up. Chapter 508. Yi Qian did not have to worry about Pavel escaping, so he joined the operation. He either plunged his Swiss Army dagger into Pavel's neck or finished him off with his gun. The crew members of the Ba Fong left behind on the transport plane were all dressed in military uniforms. The members of the Shuiyu team did not have the strong body odor of the Ba Fong people. Whenever they encountered someone with a beard, Yi Jian would kill them without hesitation. The plane had already stopped operating, and the elite Pakistani government troops in the cabin quickly contacted the control tower. The Pakistani government troops hidden in the surroundings all came out, with bulletproof shields at the front and gunners at the back. As long as someone came down from the open door, they would immediately shoot. Miss Petty has been successfully rescued. The first message the control tower received was that the president's daughter, Petty, had been successfully rescued. The Pakistani soldiers guarding the control tower immediately looked happy. Qin Xiu's gaze fell on the communication device. He could even hear gunshots coming from it. There was a gunfight on the transport plane. He clenched his fists and contacted the leader to report the current situation. Miss Petty has been successfully rescued. There is no news from Yi Qian for now. Both sides have started a gunfight. This was good news for the Chinese side. Yi Qian had always been by Petty's side. Yi Qian must have been able to protect her. Keep me updated on the situation until Yi Qian returns safely. The leader's calm expression had not changed since Yi Qian was kidnapped. He was not anxious at all. He only had the calm demeanor of a country's leader. He believed that Yi Qian would return safely. He also believed that his country's soldiers would complete their mission successfully. Some of the members of the Al-Qaeda organization got their hands on submachine guns. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down on the cabin. At the same time, they shouted in Urdu, telling their people to get down. Yi Qian felt a burning pain in his arm. He reacted quickly and got down on the ground. He moved closer to the Al-Qaeda member with the machine gun. He was very close to Pavel. He could not let Pavel return to the Al-Qaeda member. Don't move, little fox. A familiar voice came from beside her, and then she fell into an embrace that smelled of mint. This was Xia Jinyuan's embrace. It was gentle, generous, and so reassuring. After bringing Yi Qian to a safe place, Xia Jinyuan finally let go of him. What were you trying to do just now? Accept the offer of the guy with the submachine gun? Are you going to sacrifice yourself as a hostage? His voice was gentle when he greeted Yi Qian, but when he was calculating, his voice was cold and harsh. Obviously, he did not agree with Yi Qian's decision. Yi Qian wasn't affected by the close contact during the battle. After being reprimanded, Yi Qian said calmly, "No, I wouldn't do something stupid like that. He's too close to Pavel." Xia Jinyuan heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Next time, I'll have to give you a microphone so that we can keep in touch. I was really scared when I saw you trying to crawl over just now. Captain Xia, am I really that stupid?" With their backs against each other, Yi Jian touched her arm gently. Fortunately, it was just a graze from a stray bullet. She only needed to take care of it. Chapter 509. She held her breath. Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against her, said coldly, "Where are you hurt? Bandage it with a bandage to stop the bleeding." The biggest difference between a bullet wound and a graze wound was that the smell of blood was not as strong. Yi Qian lifted her arm and said casually, "It's just a graze wound. There's not much blood, just some skin scrapes. I'll bandage it after we get off the plane." She paused for a moment and said, "Captain Xia, I'll crawl over and hold Pavel hostage. Then you can tell the crew to turn on the cabin lights and shoot at the right time. The sooner we get this done, the better." As she spoke, K7's voice came from Xia Jinyuan's earpiece. It was the same as what Yi Qian had said. The sooner they got this done, the better. Yi Qian will move first. Take Pavel to us as a hostage. You guys can rest for a while. Xia Jinyuan's voice clearly traveled to the Snowfield Brigade's earpiece. V8 turned his head and asked K7 softly, "I suspect that Yi Qian was the one who fired the first shot. What do you think? This is Q King's little fox. She's good at seizing opportunities. It's normal for her to shoot. She was the closest to Chady Vorokov. The person she shot was none other than the number one target, Chady Vorokov. So you don't have to doubt it, it's certain," K7 said coldly. His tone did not change, but he spoke a little longer than usual. V8, who was familiar with his personality, could tell that he admired Yi Qian. "Now I'm even more interested. But I have to admit that she's very calm." V8, who was hiding in the back of the cabin, was even more curious about Yi Qian. Seeing was believing. He had to see for himself today. V8 and T6 soon realized what kind of girl Yi Qian was. She was a girl who dared to stand so close to the Al-Qaeda members. She was the only girl who had the courage to stand so close to them. The lights in the cabin were switched on. Only 6 of the original 20 Al-Qaeda members were left. They held submachine guns in their hands and wanted to fight back, but they heard a crisp female voice. "Look at who I have in my hands. It won't be too late for you to fight back." Yi Qian spoke in Chinese, and V8 translated for the remaining 6 members of Al-Qaeda. "Even Chady Vorokov is finished. How long do you think you can last?" Yi Qian said this in English for Pavel to understand that going against the government would not end well. Pavel's face was contorted. Her mouth was stuffed with her veil, and she was making muffled sounds. Why were there government troops on the plane? They had clearly checked that there were no problems. Other than the flight crew, there was no one else on the plane. Pavel looked at the countless Al-Qaeda members in gray robes lying on the ground. Her eyes were bloodshot. Where did the accident happen? When the Al-Qaeda members who were surrounded saw this, their eyes flashed fiercely. They looked like they were going to fight Yi Qian to the death. One of them started cursing loudly in Urdu. Yi Qian pulled the black veil out of Pavel's mouth and let her speak. "Kill me. Burn all the children in the orphanage." Pavel, who could finally speak, had a strange smile on her face. She could not turn her head and stare at Yi Qian, who was standing behind her. She looked gloomily at the back of the cabin. "Soon, it will be reported internationally. The whole world will know how powerful we are and how incompetent the president is. Chapter 5:10. Why would I give you the chance to do that? By the time the bus leaves the orphanage, all your followers will have been dealt with. The children who were frightened by you might have already fallen asleep under the government's arrangements, Yi Qian said coldly. I won't give you a chance to escape, and I won't give you a chance to harm innocent lives, Yi Qian said coldly, her clear voice like frost, sending chills down Pavel's spine. No matter how fierce Pavel's gaze was, Yi Qian looked at the Al-Qaeda member with the submachine gun and said coldly, if you want to shoot, kill Pavel first. Then you can think about how to get rid of us. Kill them. Kill all of them. Pavel, whose neck had 2 red marks, screamed in a shrill voice. His voice could not be too loud as it was squeezed out from his throat. Xia Jinyuan, who was secretly preparing, turned sideways and aimed at the target with Yi Qian's movement. Bang! The Al-Qaeda member with the submachine gun was shot in the head. The bullet went through his entire head and fell to the ground with red and white blood. When Pavel heard someone say retreat in Chinese, he seemed to understand what was going on. He stared in disbelief at the member who had fallen to the ground. Chinese soldiers. There are Chinese soldiers here. It's too late for you to understand now. Pavel, there's no way you can escape from the hands of our soldiers. Yi Qian dragged Pavel back under the cover of Xia Jinyuan and the others. Next, it was time to clean up the mess. This matter was left to the Pakistani government. After all, it was a country's internal affairs. The Chinese soldiers had done their job well. The Pakistani soldiers had no intention of letting the Al-Qaeda members leave. After Xia Jinyuan opened fire, the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The Al-Qaeda members, who were at the end of their rope, could not escape from the hands of the Pakistani soldiers even if they had guns. The tail of the transport plane opened, and the Snowfield Brigade members who were fighting at the back quickly retreated. The Pakistani government soldiers, who were wearing masks, charged forward. Put her on the plane. Someone will take care of her. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw that she was carrying Pavel, who had fainted after being shot. He's a burden. He'll only delay our retreat. We can't leave this up there. We have to hand it over to the president to execute. Before the flare and smoke grenades were thrown into the cabin, Yi Qian finally left the transport plane and returned to the ground. Standing beside her was Xia Jinyuan, who had protected her during the retreat. He was dressed in a gray robe. From the back, he looked like a Pakistani man. Gunshots kept coming from the cabin behind them. After handing Pavel over to a Pakistani government soldier, Xia Jinyuan held her hand and led her to his troops. The entire airport that had fallen into darkness suddenly lit up. All the indicator lights on the runway also lit up. At the same time, several strong lights shone from the top of the airport building, illuminating the entire airport as if it was daytime. See? That's how precious it is. The J5 took off his gray robe and pants and said to his comrades who were still looking at Q King, you guys can take it off too. Don't tell me you're going to wait until the young lady gets in front of us before you take off your clothes. Q King can take it off, but you guys can't. You can't leave the young lady with the impression that you're impulsive. Otherwise, you'll scare her. After the instructor spoke, his comrades reacted one after another. The gray robes and pants that symbolized the members of Al-Qaeda were taken off at lightning speed. They also took off the headscarves wrapped around their heads. All of them were wearing long-sleeved shirts, bulletproof vests, and shorts. Damn! Let's not take off our pants, shall we? Put them on, put them on. The T6 looked down at his legs. When the strong light shone on them, he realized that the hairs on his feet could be clearly seen. It was even more disrespectful. Chapter 5:11. T6 had a baby face that did not look old. His skin was also fair and tanned. Compared to V8, who had strong eyebrows, he seemed to be a few years younger. He looked as delicate and pretty as a college student. T6 was only wearing a pair of shorts that reached his knees. He immediately bent down to pick up the gray trousers he had taken off and said, J5, you've caused a lot of trouble. It's rude of you to wear shorts. How impulsive. When V8 heard that, he immediately felt that it made sense. Lil 6, you're the most reliable one. Lil 5 is a eunuch. He's so anxious every day that we're all so anxious for nothing. V8 said as he bent down to pick up the trousers he had taken off. His expression was full of disdain for J5's words. You guys have met Yi Qian several times, but this is the first time we're meeting. We have to make a good impression. J5 put on his trousers even faster. When he heard that, he spat, get lost, who's the eunuch? You two are the treacherous officials. You said you'd be a supporting character, but who are you trying to impress now? G3 clicked his tongue and said, public morals are degenerating day by day. People's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Since you guys are all fighting to make a good impression, I can't fall behind. After saying that, when he bent down to pick up his trousers, he realized K7 had already put them on. He looked shocked. Bro, you're so fast. It's troublesome. I've never taken them off before. K7 had always maintained the principle of saying as little as possible in front of his comrades. Everyone was so smart, so it was easy to guess. But wasn't it easy to guess? All of them cursed in a low voice, fuck, doctors are so cunning. Fuck. Next time, let him take them off first. His team spirit isn't strong. When we get back, let's get a week's worth of training uniforms. The strong light shone from the top of the airport building. Their shadows were very long. When they bent down, their shadows stretched out like a mountain peak. As for Yi Qian, he stepped on their shadows and walked over step by step. It's not cold. Why did you take them off and put them back on? Yi Qian, who had just arrived, did not know what was going on. He saw them take off their pants and put them back on in unison. He thought it was the drop in temperature that made them feel cold. Although that was what he said, he was muttering in his heart. The weather wasn't cold, and trained special forces soldiers like them could not only withstand the cold, but also the heat. How could they